My full name is Harun Al-Rashid Ibrahim, and I'm from Kano State, the local government, even though I've never been there. I've never lived there actually. I graduated from medical school in 2017 from Egypt. And during my internship here, I started preparing for the USMLE. And right after the internship, I took the USMLE Step 1. And I also took the IFOM, which is the International Foundation of Medicine certificate, after multiple consultations due to the duration of the pathway and financial restraints. I consulted my brothers, Tanura essentially, and Dr. Nafiu and others. So I decided to go for the Plab, and I was registered in the GMC since March 2020. That was last year. I returned back to Nigeria in November 2019 by MTCN, first attempt, alhamdulillah, and right after that, I registered for the NYST. And I'm currently about to finish my NYST in the next 3 months, and I'm hoping to be right after that, inshallah. This idea came about from our experience with Dr. Nafiu in Egypt. The Egyptians living in the States and the UK and Australia organize multiple seminars, and they have a lot of forums that are basically built to facilitate the subscription of global opportunities for their local people. And when I was about to take my Plab, all the guidance I got, that was available online wasn't from Nigeria. They were not Nigerian, even though I know that we have a lot of Nigerians in the UK, and we decided to have to change. And many thanks to Dr. Nafiu for this and for his leadership potential. And I hope this will be a gateway for people to subscribe to those opportunities that we are already doing. And I'm glad to hear. I'm sorry. I will be taking the visa process and the Plab 2 exams during this webinar.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Harun, for this. Can you hear me all?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Harun, for the short description. The next one on the line is myself. So I'm the next. Actually, my own is brief, okay? I graduated from October 6 University in Egypt. I did my internship at Cairo University Teaching Hospital. I took the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria exam. I passed. I came to the UK. I took the Plab 2. I got my GMC registration. This is all me. So if you think you don't have experience, you cannot come to the UK, it's wrong. Someone is here already. Okay, this is short in brief about me. Okay, Dr. I think the next one should be Dr. Ismail Bello. There's a reason why I left Dr. Ismail at the end. Dr. Ismail, can you tell us about yourself?
All right. My name is Ismail Bello Ismail. I graduated from BUK in 2017. Did my house job at FMC Guru, Plab 1, Plab 2, then MPH. Thank you.
Okay, so doctors, the reason why I left Dr. Ismail at the end. Okay, Dr. Ismail just got married yesterday, and he's here today with us. So that's why I have to leave him at the end, okay? So congratulations, Dr. Ismail. And we really appreciate your time for being here with us, canceling all your schedules and everything and coming to join us here. I'm sure Dr. Noura Ubaidullah, Dr. Osama, and Dr. Harun would like to say something about it.
MashaAllah. May Allah put barakah. May Allah increase the bond between you guys, and bless you with a good family.
Thank you so much. I know it's not easy.
This marriage, Dr. Ismail, it actually shows a lot about you. I mean, being married yesterday and being in a webinar today. So may Allah bless you.
Exactly. You know, that's why I was really shocked when I sent the invitation to some of the doctors about a week ago, and they are telling me, please remind me just a day before. See, someone got married yesterday and is here. And some, so I mean, this is one of the lessons we have to learn in this journey. Commitment is very important.
Yeah.
Commitment and using your time is very important. Thank you so much, Dr. Ismail, once again, and congratulations. We wish you the best, inshallah, in your new life with you and your spouse, inshallah. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So let's go to the point. So this is the summary of the journey. We'll be discussing about the IELTS or the OET exam, the Plab 1, the Plab 2 exams, the GMC registration itself, working in the UK, how to do your residency, and the life experience in the UK and working in the UK. So these are the summary of what we'll be discussing. And straight away, without wasting the time, we'll start with the English exams, which most of the people are having a lot of difficulties what to take. Should I take the IELTS or the OET? Or shall I come without taking the English exam? So Dr. Ismail, you can start.
All right. Can you see me, please?
Yeah, we can. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, all. My name is Ismail once again. I'm here to talk about the English exams and Plab 1. So starting with the English exams, like, of course, so many people are saying is the rate limiting step. Of course, it could be to some people and it's easy for some. So first of all, I would like to talk about why do we even need the English exams in the first place? Some people will be thinking, why is UK posting all these things on us? Because the UK is an English-speaking country, and the first prerequisite is this English exams, and you need it first of all for your Plab 1. Or before you even have access to the GMC Plab 1 slots, you have to pass your English exams, and then after you passed, before you get registered, you have to also have your English exams current, I mean, not expired, although there are some changes which I will talk about later when I come to proper in the IELTS or the OET. All right, so these are the reasons why one needs to have his English exam, first of all, for your Plab 1 to register to get a slot, and then for you to have GMC registration. Next slide. All right, and here is the picture depicting the dilemma. So many people, some of us, like many of us, have passed through. The English exams are of two types. We have the OET and the IELTS. The OET stands for Occupational English Test, and the IELTS stands for International English Language Testing System. So both, each of these can be used for Plab 1 and GMC registration. So I'm going to talk about one by one and how you are going to decide which one should I take personally. All right, let's go. Okay, starting with the IELTS. It's called the International English Language Testing System. And it's a worldwide English exam that tests your English in the four linguistic criteria: the listening, reading, writing, and then speaking. There are two types of the exams. We have the academic and the general training. There's another one they call the UKVI, United Kingdom Visa and Immigration. But for the purpose of Plab, you are going to write the academic type of IELTS. And then also briefly about the components of the exams. The listening has 40 questions. First part, just fill in the gap. Second part and third part are objectives. And the last part also is also fill in the gap. Then the reading is also of 3 parts. The post part also, they'll give you passages, 3 passages according to difficulties. First one may be easier, second one, and then the last one is the toughest. Then the writing, we have 2 tasks for you to write in the writing IELTS. There's task 1, which they're going to give you a diagram to explain a process, or maybe a map or a chart, bar chart, pie chart, for you to just briefly describe it in 150 words. Then the task 2 is the normal writing, I think, that we know in the WAEC and NICO, to give you an essay to write about advantages, disadvantages, or opinion essays, or maybe to talk about things, is the benefits outweighing the risks, and so on. So this is briefly about the listening, reading, writing. Then the speaking, they're just going to assess how fluent you are, and then your grammar as well. So it has also 3 parts. The part 1 to talk just briefly about some personal things, maybe your housing, occupation, some simple things. Then the second part, they'll give you, they call it the individual long run. They'll give you a topic to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes, and then they'll score you better on that. Then the last part, they will talk about the topic you discuss in the part 2, questions related to it. For example, if you talked about your favorite food, they may ask you in the last part questions related to food. Okay, so this is briefly about the part of the IELTS exams. Then the cost, the IELTS is about 75,000 naira. Then the requirements for Plab 1.
You know, Dr. Osama is smiling. There's something fishy there. Okay.
I don't want him to make others, some people to exit.
Okay, we have a lot of money issues to discuss today, really.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so the cost is 75,000 naira. And then the requirements for the IELTS, generally it is scored, each section is scored in bands. So listening overall is band 9, reading, writing, and speaking. So for you to be qualified to write the Plab 1 or get the GMC registration, you have to get at least an overall score of 7.5 and 7 in each section, at least. So that means at least in one of the parts, you must score at least higher. Maybe you score 8 in one, and then the rest you may score 7. The overall, the average must be 7.5. Then the venues that we have in Nigeria, there are so many venues now: Abuja, Kano, Lagos, Ikeja, Akure, and so on. So IELTS is widely available. Okay, then the duration of the exams is 3 hours, listening 30 minutes, I think, reading, writing 1 hour, and then speaking 15 minutes. Okay, then specifically I emphasize on this because majority of people fail in these sections. You need to really get guidance, coaching on the writing and the speaking. Of course, you may be good in English, but this part specifically, you have to get someone, a friend, or maybe online coaches that can guide you on that. There are some online coaches that you can get, but if you have a friend that wrote an IELTS and passed, that would be the easiest thing for you. It will save you a lot of money because those online tutors really cost. But of course, it's also worth it if you don't have a friend that wrote IELTS. So I would strongly suggest that for the writing and the speaking, get someone to guide you. For the reading and listening, you can practice on your own and you can improve with that. But for the writing and speaking, please get someone, a friend, or maybe ask anybody that you know has passed through this journey, if he can link you up with anyone. We are ready to help, okay? And then the validity is 2 years. So you have to pass your Plab 1 and 2 within that 2 years. Otherwise, you may have to write it again. Then the materials. I just want to talk about the official materials because there are so many online materials that you can practice with, and they may not actually give you the real picture of the exams. So there are this Cambridge series. They have their own books, book 1 to 15. Please, maybe I will have to get a maybe PDF and attach it to this slide so that people can access it. And also the registration for the exams, I can also put a link. You can register with the British Council to write the IELTS, or you can register with the IDP, which is based by the Australian. So either of these IELTS is acceptable for the Plab 1 and GMC registration, okay?
So,
all right, and then
just before you go ahead, someone corrected us that it's now 79,000, the exam fee.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot to put the dollars amount. You know, it depends on the exchange rates. So every day the exchange is actually changing. So it could even be more.
Dollar is fluctuating always.
Yeah,
550,000, like 947,000. So maybe it depends on the exchange ratio.
All right,
so,
and then
before you just continue, Ismail, please, anyone that's having a question, please just write it in the chat box. I know a lot of people will be having questions. At any point, if you have any question, please write it in the chat box. We will answer at the end, okay? Sorry, yeah.
All right. Then going to the second English exam, the OET, the Occupational English Test. It also tests your English in the same 4 linguistic areas: the listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Sorry, I didn't mention in the IELTS, it's a general English. Of course, we are going to come to the differences. Okay, so The listening is also about 42 questions, like I remember. Then the reading also 42. Then the speaking, and then the writing. So the listening, the first part of the listening is also a two-way conversation. Generally, the OET is a medical English exam. So it's testing your English medically. Okay, so the listening, the first part, you hear a doctor speaking to a patient and you just fill in the gaps in the discussion. Then the second part and the third part, they are objectives, A, B, C. As they are discussing, you are selecting the answer, reading at the same time. And the last part, I think, is also fill in the gap. Then the reading, too, they are going to give you some passages about maybe a drug discovery or maybe a new clinical research that you read and then you answer some questions. They have the part one, which is about 20 questions. You answer in 15 minutes, fill in the gap. Everything, and one thing that most people actually have this myth in mind is they are testing your knowledge. No, everything that you need to answer in that exam is there in the passage. Maybe they'll give you a short passage about blood pressure. You just copy and paste. Just be careful. Copy and paste like that. Nothing difficult. Then the writing and speaking. The writing is just a single task, unlike the IELTS. You are writing a letter to a referral letter to a specialist, maybe a cardiologist, gastroenterologist, maybe a surgeon, just a single referral letter, and they will give you all the information that you need. You're just going to transcribe and maybe just write the information they gave you in short forms into full sentences and organize it in paragraphs. That's the writing part. Then the speaking also, they're going to give you what they call a cue card. It contains patient information that you need to talk to a patient. Maybe, for example, a patient was diagnosed with diabetes. You are going to give him some lifestyle and dietary advice. So everything that you say is there in the cue card. They just put it in short forms, maybe avoid sugary drinks, all this and that. So when you are going to talk about, you just organize it into sentences and talk to the patient. You are going to answer 2 cue cards in the speaking. So basically, this is the exam: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And then the costs, the type, there are about 4 types. I think it's more than 4 types. It's depending on your profession. Like I said, it's a professional exams. So for medical doctors, you are going to write the medicine type. There are also English exams for the nurses or the physiotherapists. For all other health-related specialty, it's there. Then the cost, it's about 587 Australian dollar, which in Naira, it's about 160,000 Naira. Of course, you can see the difference. This is much more expensive, almost twice the price of the IELTS. Then the requirements, unlike the IELTS, they are scoring it using our normal scoring system that we know, A, B, C. So you must have at least B in each of the sections: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And then the venue, at the moment in Nigeria, we only have 1 venue, which is in Lagos. But I heard that they are trying to open another venue in Abuja, which will really be nice. I hope they will come to Kano and other parts so that other people can easily write the exams, because traveling and other expenses will be more.
Yeah.
Then the duration is almost the same. It's about 3 hours. You do the listening for 30 minutes, the reading and writing for 1 hour, 30 minutes respectively. And then the speaking, I think, is just 15 to 20 minutes, like that. Okay. And the same for the OET, like the IELTS, you really need guidance in the writing and speaking parts, because all the listening and reading you can practice on your own. You can have the materials printed, put your recording, practice, but the writing and speaking, you need to have someone to practice with, someone that have passed the exams, or someone that is also preparing that can guide you, okay? Then also the validity is the same, 2 years. Then materials also, they have official materials, book 1, official book 1, 2, and 3. So please start practicing with these materials. I would strongly advise that don't practice with unofficial materials first. Finish with the official materials. Get yourself used to the system, the pattern of the exams, the real exams. When you exhaust these official materials, then you can go outside. They have other materials, Magiraya, all this reading, and they are much more harder than the official materials and the real exams. So just start practicing with the official materials before you use the unofficial ones, okay? Going to the differences between the IELTS and the OET, as you can see from the screen, the cost is obvious. OET is much more expensive, almost twice the amount of the IELTS. And then the score needed, you need 7.5 overall in the IELTS and at least 7 in each section. And then the OET, you just need BBB in all the sections. And then the scope of the exams, the IELTS actually talk about, it's more encompassing. I mean, they can talk about anything. It's an English, general English. So in the right reading, you can see a passage about medicine. You can see a passage about architecture. All these history stuff, you can see it, which are much more difficult for us. Then the OET, it's health related. So all the writing, speaking, listening, it's all medically related. So they don't go outside medicine if you are writing the medicine part. So in the reading, they'll give you maybe a passage about malaria. The speaking, they'll give you a patient with diabetes, a patient with osteoarthritis. So it's all about medicine. Then the type, I said, for the IELTS, you need to write the academic. And then for the OET, you write the medicine. Then the venues, we have many venues for the IELTS across the globe and in Nigeria too. As I spoke about Lagos, Abuja, Akure, Ibadan, and many more. Then for OET, we only have one venue at the moment in Lagos. Then materials, official materials, I said Cambridge series, book 1 to 15. And for the OET, books 1 to 3. Then the results for the IELTS result is usually ready 13 days after the exams, while for the OET, 3 weeks after the exams, you can access your results, okay? And then generally, I'm going to just give a few general tips about why you should select IELTS for the OET. So first of all, you have to consider some things. Number one is the costs. If you have enough money that you can afford OET and someone may not afford OET, can afford IELTS. So you just know yourself and you know your income. So just weigh it. However, the most important thing is your level of English. If you know you have, a good background of English, you have a you are a good user, or a very good user of the language, you can write IELTS. You may not actually suffer the difficulty of this IELTS that people are saying. You can pass it easily once, like my bosses here have passed, I know. But if you know you are someone like me, you know that your English is not really strong, you can actually go for the OET because you can save the money that you write the IELTS. Believe me, I write IELTS about 4 to 5 times. So, and finally I have to write the OET. So it's not a hard and fast rule. Your friend might write the IELTS and pass it. However, if you know yourself, once you practice 1 or 2 tests in the IELTS, in the listening and the reading, and you know that, I'm not getting something well, you need to practice more so that you can really assess yourself. So if you know that, you can actually wait and save your money to write the OET. Because the OET, the medical school that you passed might have actually fill up the gap for these vocabularies in medicine. So it's actually easier for someone that's not having a good background in English. So however, like I said, it's not a hard and fast rule. You can still write the IELTS and pass, but just decide wisely. Once you are practicing and you know that this is my performance, so decide early so that you will not waste much of your time. And then another thing, last thing I want to say about the English exam is don't rush. So many people, I wrote IELTS the first time and then I scored 7 quickly. Then in the next month, you booked another one. Please just wait, hold on, know where you have faults, you have problems. Is it the listening? Is it the reading? Consult some of the people that pass the exams. Let them guide you, let them teach you, let them analyze and find the mistakes that you are making so that they can fix it on time. Oh, I hope I'm just making sense. Then, so far so good. I think we are done with the English exams. So decide wisely and all the best. Then after you passed your English exams, you're going to write the PLAB. PLAB stands for Professional Linguistic Assessment Board Part 1 exams, which actually test your knowledge about basic medical and clinical science. And it's made up about 180 multiple choice questions. It lasts for about 3 hours. So you can write it. In Nigeria, we have so many venues, which we have in Abuja, we have one in Lagos, and then we have one in Enugu. However, these venues wrote in different times of the year. So the Plab 1 exams is written in March, June, September, and November. So maybe in March, Lagos and Abuja will write the exams. September, other venues. But of course, maybe with demand, they may open all the centers at all times of the year. Okay, then the cost, it's about £239. In Naira, it can vary depending on the exchange rates. Then the score needed, it depends on the overall performance. However, generally it ranges from 116 to 125 over 180. Like I said, the exams is made up about 180 multiple choice questions. So each questions carried 1 mark. If you add up, it's 180. So you need to get about a B, 60 or 65% for you to pass. Then the materials, we have the Plab blueprints, which is available at the GMC website. It contains the topic that needs to be covered for you to pass the exams really well. However, because of time, and most of us, when we are writing this Plab 1, we don't have much time because you can't just take heart failure maybe and start reading in Hutchison or something. So it's very difficult. There are really materials that have organized everything easily for you. These materials, the best one I think among them that most people know about is the Plabable. The Plabable is a material that you can read and cover all the topics easily. What I mean is they divide it into sections. It's a question bank. They have questions in cardiology, maybe about 200. And each question under it, after you answer it, there's explanation about related to that topic. So you answer the topic maybe about heart failure, and at the end you read everything about heart failure. So you are benefiting really well while you're answering the Q banks. So Plabable is actually very good, and I would strongly advise someone that is preparing for Plab 1 to really read Plabable at least twice if you have time. Finish it, go over the questions, read the explanations. That will really, really help you. Then Plab 1 keys is not a Q bank, but like an explanation of the Plabable, like a topics they give in short forms for you to easily understand and cram at some point. Then another one, which I put at the last, is the med revision. It has more questions that you can really get yourself used to the topics and know how to solve most of the questions. So generally the Plab 1 covered almost all the topics, like I said, basic medical science, anatomy, then the clinical, cardiology, gastro, everything is there. So with these materials, you don't need to go through Hutchinson to read everything. But at some point, you may need clarifications, which you may need the patient info website for references, or maybe another website of the UK guidelines, the NHS and so on. Then the results are published after 6 weeks of taking the exams. Okay, so I think I have come to the end of my part. Thank you guys for listening and wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ibrahim Bello. Actually, I feel even if we say this is the end of this webinar, I think we've covered something very vital and something very important that you can work with and that can help you. I know we took a little bit much time here because but the most important aspect for most of the doctors attending today. So thank you so much for this important information, Dr. Ismail. And we hope the participants have gotten a lot. Actually, I've gotten a lot myself, finished the journey, but I'm sure I benefited from something. So quickly, we will go to the next step. So but now we've discussed about the English exam, which is the first step we will take, then the Plab 1. Then after passing the Plab 1, you will have to take the Plab 2, which is our next discussion. So we'll discuss about the Plab 2 visa and the Plab 2 exams, because you will not take, or you can't take the Plab 2 in Nigeria. You cannot take it in Egypt. You cannot take it in Sudan or Saudi Arabia. You will have to take it somewhere. And the next speaker will tell us where we can take it. Dr. Harun. Okay, I don't know how you muted yourself. Sorry. Sorry. Yes, Dr. Harun.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. So congratulations for passing Club 1, and you are now about to take Club 2. And the very first step is the visa preparation. Or even before the visa, we can start by discussing the Club 2. Yes, let's start with the visa preparation. So what are the requirements for your Club 2? As you already know that the Club 2 cannot be taken anywhere. It's currently taken in Manchester, and I think they added another place as well apart from Manchester.
Yeah, I think it's in Manchester again. Both the places, yeah.
Yes. So the Club 2, it's still taken only in Manchester. So immediately after passing your Club 1, will begin your preparation for taking Club 2. And part of that preparation is preparing for your visa. So what are the requirements for your visa preparation? For your visa, we have.
Dr. Harun, please can you increase your volume because I can see that cannot hear well.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So we have the essential requirements for the visa, and we have the supplementary documents that are submitted for the visa. The essential requirements, first and foremost, is your passport. And your passport has to be at least 6 months valid. So you have to take care of that. That is first and foremost. Secondly, is your Club 2 booking. And immediately after passing Club 1, you are eligible to book for Club 2. And since you have already booked for Club 1, you know how to book for the Club 2. You can go to the GM's website, but we are going to discuss that after this slide. And next is your travel arrangements. And your travel arrangement will entail two essential things. First is your address in the UK, and second is your flight schedule, the day you intend to enter the UK and the day you intend to exit. You do not have to pay for your accommodation reservation, and you do not have to pay for your booking reservation. All you have to do is to make a dummy booking. And how can you do that? There are a lot of places. You can go on Airbnb, you can go on booking.com to book for to reserve an accommodation and just print out the booking reservation. You don't have to pay for anything. All they want to see is they want to see the place tend to stay in the UK. Are you going to go and cross-check after you arrive in the UK? No, they will not do that. They just want you to have everything planned. And also regarding your travel, regarding your flight, you can also make a dummy reservation. You don't have to pay. You can contact an agent and make that. Apart from this, you will also need your financial statements. And in this, there are two aspects that are involved. It can be either you yourself, you are sponsoring yourself, or you have a financial sponsor. If you have a financial sponsor, you will submit their bank statements. The bank statement should cover the last 6 months. And apart from that bank statement, you will have to submit an introductory letter from the person who is sponsoring your trip. And this person can be a relative of yours. It could be your father, your mother, your brother. So it's essential you submit that introductory letter from that person. And this introductory letter will explain why he is sponsoring you, and if he has sponsored your education or any endeavors in the past as well. And you will, yes, this is it. And in case you are sponsoring yourself, you will also have to submit your own bank statements and your own introductory letter. This bank statement should be at least to cover at least the past 6 months. If you are employed, you will have to add your employer reference, and this employer reference is what is called no objection letter. And some add the payment slip from their employers. There are a lot of questions we get asked regarding the amounts that should be in that that should be deposited in the bank. And as per my experience and the experience of those who have contacted before applying, because going to the club was the second time I was entering the UK, there is no rigid or certain amount that has to be fixed. It's something subjective. It depends on the duration you intend to stay in the UK. A person who wants to stay in the UK for 2 weeks will require a different amount from a person who intends to stay in the UK for 6 weeks. So all you have to do is to make your budget and at least have double that amount in the bank. This is first. Second, they are looking after your monthly income. I mean, what is going into the account on a monthly basis? Meaning, I have a monthly income of 70,000 Naira, and just 2 weeks before applying for the Plab visa, I'll deposit 2 million Naira and go to apply for the visa. I mean, this will not add up actually. So you have to take care of these two items. And if you are working or if you're employed in Nigeria at the moment you're applying, you will have to provide a letter from your employer stating that they have no objection for you traveling to Manchester to take your Plab 2 exams. And some other requirements, we have mentioned the introductory letter. In the introductory letter, you will try to summarize everything regarding your trip, the duration, your finances, your financial backup. I mean, in case you may need that, and also yes, essentially this we have discussed about the application and accommodation and address and flight reservation as well. So what are the common errors people do make in the visa application? Some people try to provide documents that are not required. I had a friend who was about to travel and he was financially sponsored by his father, but he was trying to provide documents from his employer. So providing supplementary documents that are not essential and that are not required may not be to your advantage. This is first. Secondly, applying for the wrong visa. The Plab 2 visa, you have to apply for the standard visitor visa, which is for 6 months. And this is the only visa that is acceptable for applying for Plab 2. And the third is the issue of finances. Of course, if you budget to spend 3,000 British pounds in a trip, do not have exactly 3,000 British pounds in your account. You should try to have at least double of that for unforeseen circumstances. The visa fee, the last time, as of last year, the visa fee was 140, equivalent of $140. And it takes everything from 2 weeks upward for you to get your visa. And the impact of COVID-19 on visa application process, it has not impacted the visa application process directly in itself, but it has affected your travel. There are some countries that are now red listed, some countries are now amber listed. Our country, Nigeria, is amber listed, meaning if you go to the UK, you will have to quarantine for 10 days before you are left to proceed to your final destination in the UK. What
Very horrible experience.
I'm sorry?
Very horrible experience, yes.
So what are you now required to do during this COVID era? You are required to take the COVID test before you travel. And upon your arrival in the UK, I think you have to take about 2 tests upon your arrival in the UK. The first, which is going to be on your 2nd day of arrival, and the next on your 8th day of arrival. But the information I don't have at the moment, I try to search is, I saw they accept vaccination cards for travelers coming from France and some other countries, but I haven't seen them mentioning our country.
Definitely, they will not accept our country immunization and vaccination. We don't have to debate about this.
So this is it for the visa application process. And what about the Plab 2 exams? Immediately after passing the Plab 1, the Plab 1 is the prerequisite for the Plab 2, just as the English test is the prerequisite for the Plab 1. The Plab 2 is only taken in Manchester, as we have already mentioned. And right after passing your Plab 1, you are eligible to go for Plab 2 if there are available dates. And you can check that from your GMC portal. And the cost of this exam is about 875 British pounds. I have some experience, some of my colleagues that booked this year, we have to find some alternative ways for them to book because using the Nigerian cards wasn't possible. I don't know whether that has been rectified or not. So just try to have an alternative way of booking because dates, especially during this COVID era, I mean, the dates are very limited. The vacancy is very limited. And the Plab 2 is an OSCE exam. As medical personnel, we already know what OSCE exams are, but much more different than the exams we have been taking in our home countries or in the countries that we studied. I will get to discuss this in seconds. The standard exam has 18 stations and 2 rest stations. As you can see from the picture, the candidates in front of the cubicle. I mean, they are about to enter into the exam into the exam rooms, and this is how the rooms are arranged. You will have 20 rooms with 2 rest stations, and you can begin from any number. You can begin from room number 18. You can begin from room number 20. You can begin from rest station, and you will circulate. Each station will last for about 10 minutes. And in each station, you will have you will be required to do what your task requires you to. The way the stations are, the way the arrangement is, you will have 90 seconds in front of the cubicle. The 90 seconds is meant for you to read your task, comprehend, and strategize. And once you go into the cubicle, you will have it's 8 minutes in total. You will have first 6 minutes to do your data gathering and even start your management, and you will have 2 minutes warning bell, meaning you have 2 minutes to go. You have 2 minutes to finish the station. So this is the way it is. And after the final 8 minutes, you will have another bell telling you to move on to the next station. This is the way the exam is being arranged. And the content of the exam, it covers everything from medicine, surgery, psychiatry, pediatrics, gynecology, and what we are not very aware of, which are ethical stations or ethical scenarios, and also acute medicine stations or emergency stations, basically SIMMAN stations. How is this exam scored? This exam is scored according to the average of the according to the mean of the candidates that have taken the exam at that same day, meaning there is no fixed passing score. And this ranges from, it ranges from about 112 up to 122. You will be required first to beat the passing score of that date, and secondly, to pass the minimum required number of stations. In an 18 standard station exam, the minimum required stations are 11 stations. So you have to pass 11 stations, and you have to pass the mean requirement of that state. If you pass either and you fail the other, you are not going to excel in the exam. And each of the stations is scored out of 12 marks, meaning 12 by 18, you will have about 214. Each station is scored out of 12. You will have 4 marks for data gathering, which is collecting the patients. You will have 4 marks for management, managing the patients, and you will have 4 marks for interpersonal skills, which is basically a broader term for communication skills, which is the area a lot of us are actually effective and made improvement. So how do we prepare for these exams?
Just to cut you short, so we don't talk to the patient here in the UK anyhow, right? Like the way we do at home.
Okay, yes. I started by mentioning that the IPS, or the interpersonal skills, is one of the areas that we usually battle with because essentially the way we interact with our patients is different from the way they interact with their patients. Just a quick example. In here, if I'm to consult a patient, I'll be the one leading the conversation all through. I will ask them and I will give them treatment. I don't even have to explain to them because, you know, they may not need the explanation. They just come for, their routine stops. So, but over there, it is patient-centered, meaning you try to engage the patient at every step of the consultation and the management. You do not try to dominate the patient in the conversation. You try to explore what their concerns are and you try to address them. And in the management, you will have to provide the patient with all available options for their management. And you explain to them the most preferred one, and if you object to that, then you can go to the next. And so this is how it actually works over there. And we have some rather rare scenarios that are not common to us, which are called the ethical scenarios. And this, for example, it entails the communication skills involved in, for example, breaking bad news, or dealing with angry patients, or dealing with problematic colleagues that you have at your workplace.
The
So
LGBT
this sort of scenarios. I'm sorry?
LGBT issues and things
Yes,
like
and
that.
and these LGBT issues that are very prevalent over there, you will have patients presenting you with they will say they have insomnia, but if you dig very deep, you'll find that they are bullied because they're LGBT and whatnot. So these are some of
LGBT is the word itself, LGBT. I mean, the alphabets are not common to us because I didn't know the full meaning when I came here. So it stands for those that are gay, I think bisexual and transgender. So it's not something surprising for a male patient to come to you to say, I'm having feeling for my friend. I want to marry him, or I'm feeling sexually attracted to him. So these are kind of situation that you have to know how to handle. Sorry for the disruption, Dr. Harold.
So it's a valuable contribution, not disruption. And one of the points is that try as much as possible not to be judgmental, because not even verbally, from your facial expression, they can pick up that you're actually sentimental or you're judgmental to the patient right away, and the station may not end your favor.
Exactly.
So
I think that's one Egyptian that had problem here. The patient told him, well, I'm having feelings for my friend. He said, subhanallah.
And he will not pass that station,
Immediately he fell 0, 0, 0. He got 0 in, everything is 0.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful, okay? Very careful. Yeah.
You have to be very careful. And the only way you can overcome that is through practice. You have to practice and practice and practice. There is no alternative to that. Before you practice, you will have to build some basics. You will have to lay some foundation. And this is where the preparation comes in. There are different alternatives for preparation. We have the academies, and we have self-preparation. And I've seen that it works with some people recently. Even though myself, I was very skeptical going with self-preparation. I attended an academy in the UK, and it lasted for 15 horrible, actually, straight days. And before I got my exams, but some of my colleagues actually self-prepared, and all they needed for the academy was to orient themselves with handling the equipment and doing these examinations. But the bulk of the preparation, they did it by themselves, and there are a lot of materials one can access online. Though I have to emphasize this risky approach. We have a lot of academies currently in Lagos. I only know about Samsung, but I know there are others, and they charge about 500 to 600 British pounds per their session, per their whole cost, meaning the whole package, and they will provide you with 2 mocks in Lagos and 2 mocks when you go over there in UK. And there are also a lot of academies in UK, some in London, some in Manchester, some in Liverpool. So people get confused, asking which academy am I going to attend, or which academy has the best success rate. And the definite answer is actually any academy, and every academy has their success and they have their failures. The main thing is the preparatory level of the candidate themselves. if you're not prepared, the academy will not help you to succeed. And if you are well prepared, no matter which academy you go to, you just need, some brush up, and you will excel in the exams. There are some online courses, cheap online courses that people can take before before dedicating their full time. For example, if they are working, or they may not have the liberty of having 3 to 4 weeks to travel and attend the academy, so you can start subscribing to these online courses. They will cover a lot of things, and all you need to do with the academy is to orient yourself with doing the clinical examination and handling the equipment and doing that SIMMAN and whatnot. And this is very important, has to be emphasized, because the way they do their clinical procedures, basic clinical procedures, are different from the way we do it here. The mechanic is different, and the protocols they follow are also different. So you have to orient yourself with that. What are the impacts of COVID-19 on the Plab 2 exam in itself? The last time I checked, I consulted one of my colleagues who was taking the exam recently. He told me that all these protocols are now actually relieved. The main difference now is there are more telephone conversations than before. This is one. Secondly, the number of stations is now 16 instead of 18. So I think this is it. And in case you have any questions, sure you can drop them in the chat box, and we will address them at the end of the presentation. Okay. Yes, one of my favorites, because I was once in this dilemma trying to choose between the two. But after thorough consultation, I decided to go for the easier. I started with taking the USMLE before going for the Plab. And some of the main differences between the USMLE and the Plab is that the Plab is a much more straightforward, and much more straightforward than the USMLE. The USMLE would take you a lot of time, while the Plab you can finish from the English test up to clearing your Plab 2 in 6 months. Some people have done it. Or if you like to take much interval, you can take it. You can finish in up to 2 years. But for the USMLE, it takes an average of can take you up to 2 years or more. This is one. Second major difference is the number of exams. We have for the Plab pathway, we have the English test, the Plab 1, and the Plab 2, which is the OSCE. While the USMLE, we used to have 3 or 4 tests, but now it has been slashed. We only have 3 tests. You also have to take the English test currently, but before you don't have to take any English test. And in this case, it's only the OET that is acceptable. IELTS is not acceptable. This is one. Secondly, you take the step 1, and the step 1 covers the basic medical sciences. It's an 8-hour exam that has that has 280 questions, and step 2C, and this you can take it in Ghana, Egypt, Kenya, South Africa. It's not available in Nigeria, so the nearest place to us is Ghana. You can take it in Ghana. Also, the step 2CK, you can take it in Ghana. It's a 9-hour exam that has 280 questions, and it is based upon clinical knowledge, tests your clinical knowledge. And then the step 2CS, which is the OSCE exam, which is now replaced with the OET, funny enough. So you do not take the step 2CS. Once you have your step 1, your step 2, and your OET, you are eligible for ECFMG registration. And when you go over there to the US, if you get into training, good or fine. If you then get into training, you can take your step 3 and then get into training. But another major difference is there are supplementary requirements for the USMLE pathway. For example, once you have your GMC registration, you are eligible to start working in the UK. I mean, you can apply for jobs and you will get job offers. In the US, it's not the same actually. There are supplementary requirements. There are core requirements, which is ECFMG certification. But a lot of people will have, publications. They will have flagships. meaning observerships for clinical electives in the US. And of course, even if I were the program director, I have someone applying with just single ECFMG registration, while all other people have, full portfolio. I'll go for the others. So the competition is more in the US, and that is why people may take 2-3 years before they get into residency in unlikely circumstances. But there are circumstances in which people apply and they get into residency the same year they apply. And about the finances, you'll need about 5,000 to 6,000 British pounds through your whole Plab journey, actually, including everything. I did that. I did my calculations. And for the US, you won't need anything less than $15,000, and that is the most basic. You won't need anything less than that. You will have to go for clinical electives, and this may cost about up to 4,000, 2,000, 4,000 US dollars per month. I need to take for about 1 to 2 months. Some may be asking, why did I decided first to go for the USMLE before the Martin? Actually, I thought because it's more difficult, so it's worthier. But it turned out, no, it's not actually, because in the Plab pathway, we will subsequently take the Royal College examinations. And if you check the curriculum, they are basically as tough as the USMLE is. So, and there are other factors that have to do with the payments, but I get that misconception cleared. You will get paid even more in the UK than the US. And the accessibility of training programs. The difference in here is in the US, you will start your training program right away, directly. Well, in the UK, you will first need to start with a non-training program before you get enrolled into a training program. And all options are available to you. In the US, it's not the same. The competition, there are certain programs that will prefer local graduates, and usually international medical graduates don't get chances in those programs. So concisely, this is it. I'm sorry for taking much of your time. I thought this slide wasn't there. So if you have any questions, don't forget to drop them in the chat box and we'll answer them.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Harun, for for this wonderful presentation. There are a lot of things, a lot of issues that need to be discussed here, and you covered a lot of things. Thank you so much for this. And before we move next, we have our sixth participant or speaker, who is Dr. Noura Meyadi, who will be one of our speakers today. I have to thank him. He's probably coming from the hospital and joining us now directly. I will just unmute you, Dr. Noura, and you can say hi to the people. And maybe when it comes to your session, you can maybe elaborate or tell us a little bit more about yourself. Dr. Noura, I don't know exactly what name you registered yourself with, because I couldn't saw your name here in the list. Let me just check from here. Okay, Dr. Noura, can you please unmute yourself? Yes. Yes. Welcome, Dr. Noura.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you.
You unmuted yourself again. Okay, I think we have to move because of the time factor. Okay, so the next is discussing about the GMC registration and the job application and interviews. And of course, I will be taking this part. So after taking the IELTS or the OET, after doing the Plab 1 and the Plab 2, the Plab 2 is the end of this journey, in terms of examination. Now what you need is to do your registration, just like maybe the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria registration. So wherever you go, whatever country you go, if you want to work in that country, you need to have the license and the registration. And the council in the UK is called the GMC, which stands for the General Medical Council. This is the medical council in the UK. So to work in the UK as a medical doctor, you have to be registered with this organization. And the Plab pathway, what we discussed from the beginning, the Plab 1, the Plab 2, and the English exam is one of the ways to get this registration. It's only after getting this registration, you will get to have the chance to start working in the UK as a medical doctor. But apart from this, there's no way you can work as a medical doctor in the UK. So you must get the registration. So how can we get this registration? So firstly, before I start discussing about the registration, the first thing, like I say, you need to have these requirements. First, you need to have, firstly, you need to have your English exam. Okay, this is the first thing. You must have your valid English exam. You must pass Plab 1. You must pass Plab 2. After this, you must have graduated from the university. I mean, there's no way you can take the Plab 1 and the Plab 2 without graduating from the university. I'm sure there are, I mean, undergraduate or those that have not graduated probably here with us today. So that's why I'm saying this. So if you know you haven't graduated from the university, just know that there's no way you can take the Plab 1 or the Plab 2 exams without graduating. Yes, you may take maybe the OET or the IELTS, but you cannot take the Plab 1 and the Plab 2. Okay, so what are the process of the GMC registration? I would like to take you directly to the GMC website, and just give me a moment. I would like to share screen with you so that we can see direct. Hello? Yeah, so that we can see directly from the GMC website how to register, how to get registration. Okay. So I'm trying to register my. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Can you see my screen?
No.
Okay, let me just try it again. Yes, can you see my screen now?
Yep.
Yes, okay. So well, basically this is the GMC account. So if you are going to take the Plab exams, Plab 1 or the Plab 2, you must have this account. Okay, so you'll have your number and you have your password. So whenever you have anything, you will log in to this account. Okay, so once you log in, there are a lot of places. Let me see. It's not working. Okay, so once you log in, you will have your details here. It will contain your name, your address, and everything. Then you have details about your account. You have your registration here. Okay, you will have appointment. If you are taking the Plab exam, you can click here. This is the site you can go to book the Plab 1 exams, the Plab 2 exam, and when the results come out, you will also come here. So because I've taken the Plab 1 and the Plab 2 exam, so it says I'm not eligible or something like that because I've finished. And once you finish, they will remove the results from your site. Okay. So my discussion today is about the GMC registration. So to do the registration, you have to come and click on the register. Okay. So once you come here, there are details here you will have to fulfill. You can see here my application. That's if you want to apply for the registration. Then these are other requests which are not part of our discussions today. So let's go to the application and see. Okay. So once you come to the application, if you want to apply for the first time, you can click here, apply. So once you click apply, it will open to you, but I already applied and I got my license. So I will just have to view it. If we view, you will see all the requirements that are needed there, okay? So the first thing you can see from here is the EPIC documents, okay? So you need to fill your EPIC documents, EPIC ID, you will have to fill it here directly. After that, you will have to fill your details of the internship. So these are the roles, all the requirements that are needed for this registration, okay? So you have to fill all the details of your registration, of your internship. So from the first day of your internship to the last day, you will have to record it and you will have to indicate the moment. If you took maybe obstetrics and gynecology, you will have to write the start date and the end date, the specialty, the hospital you took, and the country. for the whole 12 months of your internship, you will have to document this in this site. If you leave any gap, it will not go and it may cause problem in your registration. And one of the most important things in the registration, in the GMC registration, is the internship. Because if you do not have a valid internship, it may be a problem that you may not be offered a registration. Maybe they may give you a provisional registration. Okay, so the best thing is to make sure that you do not have a gap of more than 2 weeks in your internship. If you have that gap, you will have to explain to them, and they may need some documents from your side. This is after that. The next one is your name and the details, which is here. They can just tell you you have to just fill it, your name and the details, or surname and everything completely. After that is recent professional experience. So if you've worked any place, you will have to write, I've worked in this place. Maybe this is the start date of my working there. I finished working there. If you have a current work here, you have to indicate. Employees details, you have to document, you have to write the country, what you've been doing. Are you working as a medical doctor? Are you studying? Are you doing anything? Then what is the grade? So the most important thing here is this statement, okay? So you will need to provide information the last 5 years. So meaning if you graduate in 2006, you will have to indicate from 2006 until now what you've been doing. You will have to document everything in this site. If you graduated maybe in 2000 or 2003, that's more than 5 years. So they just need the last 5 years. So if you graduated in 2003, so they will need your documents or your details from 2006 to until now. So you will have to document everything, and you cannot leave a gap of more than 28 days in this duration. If you leave anything gap, it will be an issue and it may cause your maybe a problem with your registration. So the next thing is to document if you are having registration with any council or any body, because you will have to get some documents from them. So if maybe you are registered with the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, you have to click here, add registration and license and history. So once you click, it will give you the details. You have to fill maybe your folio number, your registration number, and things like that. And you have to get some documents from them. So if you do not have any license, maybe prior to getting this license, because my GMC is the first license I've gotten actually. The time I filled this information, I didn't get my Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria license by that time. It came after that. So after this, if you don't have the license, you have to click here. Once you click here, they will ask you some questions about which you will have to go and answer, and everything will be fine, and they can give you the license even if you don't have any license from any other country. After this, there are a lot of legal issues, declaration of fitness. So you can see we started from the EPIC internship, your history of jobs and everything you've been doing, your licensing and registration with other bodies. And this is where we are now, fitness for practice. They may ask you something like this question: have you ever been formally cautioned or convicted by the police or court or something like that? If there's yes, yes. If there's anything, you have to inform them. You have to follow the questions. They are about, I think, 10 or 12. You will have to document everything, and that's it, okay? So after that, it's the final declaration. You have to declare that every information you put or you stated here is right. And after that, you have to make the payment, okay? So the payment for this registration is £157. And this is close to, if I'm not wrong, it should be close to 120,000 Naira. There are different payments for the registration, okay? If you graduated 3 years before you apply for the registration, you will pay this fee, £157. If you graduated, that's 3 years before you apply for this registration. If you graduated more than 3 years before you apply, you have to pay 408.
I think it's 5 years, yeah?
Yes, 5 years. Thank you so much. 5 years. So if you graduated more than 5 years, you have to pay 408, I think, if I'm not wrong. And that's close to maybe 200, maybe close to 300,000 now. So the earlier the better. We are so lucky that we are fresh graduate in this aspect. But though being a fresh graduate has its disadvantages as well. But of course, you can achieve with that. So this is the first thing. This is regarding the GMC registration. So let's go back to the slide and answer some questions, okay? Okay, so the first question regarding the GMC registration is how much does it cost? Like I said, it's 157 if you graduated 5 years before you apply for the registration, and it may be 408 if you are more than that. How long does it take to have the registration? Okay, you can have GMC registration in 1 week, as early as 5 to 6 days. You can have that, and it may take 1 month, 2 months, and 3 months. And it depends on your luck. And the most important thing, get guidance before applying and before sending your application, because if there's any issue, it may take you as long as possible, and it may take you even more than 3 months, which at that time, probably they will have to close your registration and you have to apply again. So please get guidance before you apply. There are a lot of mistakes. There are slight things that you may make, and it may cause trouble for you. Okay, the next question, can I apply without working experience or license from other countries? Yes, you can apply. I've seen a lot of people applying without license from their home countries, without working experience after internship, some without even internship, and they do get GMC registration. But there are a lot of GMC registration. It depends on your situation. If you do not do the internship, probably you will get what you call the provincial registration, and you can only apply for some certain task at that time. So can I use this license in other countries? Yes. If you have the UK license, there are a lot of countries that can offer you a job that probably you may not have to take their council exams to work there. I'm not sure, I couldn't make the research for that, but there are a lot of few countries you can work. I heard about the UAE, and sometimes even in Saudi Arabia and other countries you can work with this license. And you are eligible, of course, to work.
Australia too. After a year in the UK, you can move to Australia without having to do any exam.
Exactly. After 1 year, you can go to Australia, I think, and I had the payment in Australia. It's very nice. Yes. So annually, you will have to pay some fees to keep your registration. And can it be seized or withdrawn? Yes. If you violate some ethical conduct or you do something wrong, yes, they may seize your license and may withdraw your license at any time. You may be penalized as well. So you have to be very careful about your license. Once you get it, there are things you can and there are things you cannot do. It's just like you are married. Once you get the GMC registration, you are married to the GMC. So you have to be careful about your speech, your attitudes, and everything. Okay, what if I'm not planning to start working in the UK immediately after I get the license? Yes, if you are not planning to start working, you can withdraw your license and keep your registration. So you will be registered as a doctor with the GMC, but you are not having license. So you will not have to be paying a lot of money for the revalidation and things like that. But whenever you decide to come to the UK, then you will have to apply for your license before you get to work, okay? So this is regarding the GMC registration. The next thing is the job interviews, okay? So after getting your GMC registration, you can work in any place in the UK, in any hospital and any trust. If they can offer you a job, you can work there. So how to get the job? Still, we have to go back to, we have to get back to some of the website, I think. Yes, so there are some websites you can go to check for jobs. The website called the NHS jobs. So once you go there, you have to create an account. You have to have your own password. So there are a lot of, all the jobs that are available are advertised on that website. So once you open the website, you have your account, you can search for, depending on where you want to work. If you want to work maybe in Manchester, you can write Manchester, depending on location, and you will see the jobs available there. If you want to maybe to search with the job title, maybe you can say FY2, which is the foundation year 2, which is the second year of internship here, because the internship here in the UK is 2 years. So that will be discussed. So I just search FY2 only, and you can see the jobs available. If I want to apply for this job now, I can apply for that. This is the salary. They said it's competitive. This is the post date. This is the reference and the closing date for the advertisement. So you can see that as we are going, these are all jobs available. I mean, there are a lot of jobs always available there. So this is like for orthopedics. If you want to go for orthopedics, this is the salary, 33,345 per annum, which is per year. This is the post date, this is the closing date. But for every job you want to apply, there are specifications and there are recommendations they want, okay? So you have to know the specifications, you have to know the recommendations, and you have to read at them. Like for this job, it's written job description and person specification. So you have to come here and read it, okay? So I just downloaded it and I will just open it to see what they want. So it's very important to open this to see what they want before you apply, because if you are not, if you do not qualify with what they need, you shouldn't even waste your time applying, because I mean, you will not get accepted. So this is their requirement, trauma and orthopedics department. Quickly, this is about, okay, this is about the job itself, about the trust or about the hospital. So locality, a lot of things here, medical education, undergraduate dental, and so sorry about this. Okay, I can get it from here, I think. Okay. Okay, so it seems I missed it. So it has some specification. It may tell you that we need a doctor that has written MRCP, or someone that has ALS, or someone that has BLS, someone that have to maybe working experience in the UK. So you have to read it to find out exactly what they need. Apart from this, there are other websites called the Track. This is another website. You can also go, you will see different jobs. And once you get your license, you can apply for any job. I mean, depending on your level. I mean, if you are, there are jobs available for registrars, some are for consultants, some are for the fresh graduate, I mean, or junior doctors that doesn't have much experience, okay? So I think I've shared a lot from the site. So let's go back to the slide. Okay, so once you apply for any job, if you are accepted, they will email you back that we have accepted you for this, for that, and they will arrange an interview for you. So once they arrange an interview for you, they will let you know. They will ask you questions about the interview, about yourselves, about your studies, about your practices. The most important thing, try to prepare before the interview. Don't just go to the interview blindly, because it may be horrible for you and you may miss the opportunity. So try to apply, try to be well-groomed and well-oriented before you attend the interview. Most of the times now, the interviews are online due to COVID situation. Interviews are not done now physically. Most of the interviews are on Zoom now. So please try to have a very good connection. Dress well, don't wear jalabia or babariga or anything like that when you're attending the interview. Dress well formally, have a good light source, have a good network connection. I know sometimes our network is horrible in Nigeria. So try to have a good network provider when you're having for the interview, and get a quiet place, please. Don't go, you're having interview and you're having engine market beside. Of course, it will be horrible. Or you are sitting on the bed, or you are sitting watching TV or driving. So you have to make sure that at the time of the interview, you are well okay and you are well positioned. I can remember when I was in Egypt in my final year, one of the consultants told us he wanted to do an interview for one of the Arab doctors, and the guy was relaxing on his bed with one of his legs raised up. He asked him, can we have the interview? He said yes. The consultant told him, well, please, I will call you back later. We will do it later. Of course, he said, I will not call him back. I mean, he's not ready for the interview. And another scenario, someone was driving. The consultant told him, okay, please, when you reach home, please call me back so that we can have the interview. And of course, that is the end. You will never have that interview again because they know he's not serious about it, okay?
And
so
sorry to interrupt. There was another experience in our just recently concluded specialty trainer application. Someone was interviewed for surgery training, and he was, because it's a Zoom interview, he was just relaxed. So that's not the problem. He wasn't having any, he just put on the tie on the shirt, no trouser, and for him, the camera managed to pick that. And they had to reply him that we've seen that you didn't have any trouser on that. It's so embarrassing. You understand?
So please try to dress officially. Take it serious as if you are attending a live interview. Okay. So questions regarding the GM application, job application. Is it costly? Does it cost anything? It's free completely. Not like you know, you don't have to do any maneuver to give anyone money to give you a job. No, you have to apply, and your criteria and your success will lead you out. How long does it take? Depending on when you apply. If the job application is closing, maybe tomorrow you apply, you can get an interview maybe in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, depending on how you apply. Can I apply without working experience or license from other countries? Yes, you can apply. I've seen a lot of people that have gotten jobs just after internship. So it's possible. Is it easy or difficult to get a job? It may be easy, it may be difficult, depending on your situation. Okay, and you have to prepare your CV and you have to the level of your seriousness. If you take exam and go back to Nigeria, it may be difficult to get a job, especially not even Nigeria now. If you are in Pakistan, India, if you're outside the UK now, it may, I mean, you can get the job, but mostly they prefer maybe anyone that is close within them or something like that. Okay. How will I know if I get a job? Usually you will be notified by the email. Sometimes you may get a phone call as well. Can it be seized or withdrawn? Yes. If they give you a job, maybe they realize something that is maybe not compatible, or you lied or something like that, they may take it out. I have a friend that got a job, and after the interview, they realized he did not have GMC registration. At that time, he didn't have it, and they withdraw the offer straight away. So you have to be truthful when you are making your registration and everything. How long does it take to have a job? You can have a job in 1 week after your license, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 1 year, 2 years. It depends on your luck and depend on your application and your CV. Sometimes you can even have a job without having the GMC registration, but you cannot start the job until you get it. I have a friend that maybe about 1 week got a job. He called me and notified me. He didn't even receive his GMC registration. Probably he will get it after 1 week or 2 weeks. And yes, they are okay with that. So I think I'm done. Yes. Thank you, everyone. This is regarding the job application and the GMC registration. And the next thing is discussing the alternative pathways to working or to coming into the UK. It's not only the Plab pathway that you must follow to come to the UK. There are other ways you can come to the UK if you don't want to take the Plab. And with this, I will have to invite Dr. Noura Meyadi, who came to the UK by skipping the Plab pathway. Okay, he skipped the Plab pathway. He followed another, what do we call in Hausa, Umbia. Okay, he squeezed through another pathway and came to the UK. And we'll be glad really to hear from him. Dr. Noura is one of my mentors. He's one of the people I look up to all the times to improve myself in many aspects. He's a good brother, he's a good mentor. He's here with us just, I think, a few minutes back. So Dr. Noura, if you can hear me, please let us introduce yourself as well as tell us a bit about the alternative pathways. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
That's fine.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Noura Ibrahim Mayadi. I am a trust grade doctor with Queen Alexandra Hospital, Portsmouth University Hospitals in UK. A very new person to the UK because I've just been here for a month or so. I think that should be enough for the introduction. So I was tasked with the responsibility of checking out, I would say, giving a talk about the alternative pathways to the United Kingdom. Coming to the United Kingdom has about 3 pathways to work as a doctor. The first pathway is if you go through the Plab, which is the pathway that is taken usually by junior doctors. When I say junior doctors, doctors that have the post-graduation experience of, let's say, 3 to 5 years. And then those that have experience of worked or have trained, usually tend not to come through the Plab pathway because the Plab pathway in itself, most at times, will rather give you a low-grade job. So we have the alternative pathway, which is through the sponsorship route. And then the third pathway of coming to the United Kingdom is if you have a recognized postgraduate certificate. As the United Kingdom has some certificate that it's recognized from other countries, or if they're a UK-based certificate or examinations, these ones can get you registered with the GMC, and it can give you a license. Like the European countries, and exams are recognized MRCP, MRCS, sometimes FRCPs or FRCRs, the FRCs of several colleges. I think these are the things. So I think I will talk mainly on the sponsorship route, because this is the route that is feasible for most of us. When I mean sponsorship route, is a route that a royal college or an institution in the United Kingdom sponsors you to be registered with the GMC, or it serves as your guarantor to get registered with the GMC. What that basically means is that if you have some form of training experience and what have you, the Royal College of that specialty have some criteria. When you meet up with those criteria, the Royal College now serves as your guarantor. It tells the GMC that this doctor has met our criteria, and those criteria we've set measures his knowledge and his character and other things, and we think that this doctor is well grounded enough to come to work to the UK, even if he does not have the GMC license through Plab. So we are standing for him, give him the license, and then we will be the ones responsible for him for some time, and then later, of course, you can be on your own. So this is just what the sponsorship means. So who are responsible for giving sponsorship? How do I get sponsorship? It depends on your specialty. Kowane specialty yana da nashi tsare-tsare. So we have the Royal College of Physicians, so through which I came. It has its own criteria. And I'm going to use the eligibility criteria of the Royal College of Physicians to set up or explain, because this is what my own college recognizes. But others, like the Royal College of Surgeons, have their own criteria. The Royal College of Gynecologists, Obs and Gynae have theirs. Royal College of Radiologists, Royal College of Dentistry. I think so far the only people I know in the United Kingdom that does not offer sponsorship for GMT registration are the Royal College of GPs and those of public health. Those are the only ones so far I know that they do not offer, but every other college does offer. Okay, why are we having this sponsorship route? Why on earth can't everybody just have to get the license, just like it's done in US? That's by taking the Plab. In UK or in US, you use the USMLE. Why is it? The reason is because the UK has a healthcare system that is nearly different from most countries, or from most of countries we have experience with, as those of us from Africa. That the UK is solely responsible for providing healthcare for all its citizens, for everybody in the country, except if you do not wish to use the government provided healthcare system. So because of that, it has rules, it has things that guides it. It requires doctors because it provides healthcare. It has a lot of things. So now, the UK system of training to produce a doctor is a little bit expensive and difficult compared to our own countries. I was speaking to a friend, a colleague of mine who's from Ghana, who did medical school here. He told me that it cost about £9,000 to join every year as tuition fee for medical school as a UK citizen or a person with permanent residence in UK. And remember that these institutions are usually independent, or to some sort independent from what the government does. So as a citizen, if you are trained, or if you are going undergoing medical training there, you have to pay, or the government have to pay for you. And they have some criteria and the number of doctors they can graduate, just like we have limitations. So they don't have enough doctors that can meet up with their needs. So they now decided to think this process of medical training initiative is so-called MTI has been in existence with the Royal Colleges for a very long time. What they were doing initially was to get doctors with experience, give them registration, come to UK and train in your particular specialty for a period of 6 months to 2 years, but a maximum period of 2 years. Get the experience you want, and then you go back. So you get a license, it's temporary license, you go back. If you want to come to the UK to work, then you must apply to get the license through the standard route, which is taking the exams. But now, that's about some years back, let's say 5 years or something like that, because of the acute shortage of doctors that the UK is experiencing, and that they realize that, oh, why is it that these doctors that come to the United Kingdom for training, why do we have to train them for a period of time? We spend our resources training them, and then we send them back, and eventually we cannot benefit from them. So they now start a new system, which is it gives the doctor permanent license. So if you're coming to the United Kingdom to work through the MTI route, you get a permanent license, registration and license to practice. Then it's now left upon you if you want to, after finishing your MTI program or time, if you want to work in UK, you can stay behind. If you don't want, you can return. This serves as an incentive. Of course, a lot of people tend to stay behind. This is now. Do I have to work in UK for the maximum, for the minimum, or for the period of 2 years when I get MTI route? No. When you get to the United Kingdom and you start your job, you can leave the job and join any other job you so wish, depending on your agreement or contract with the hospital, which is called the trusts. And all you need to do is just to inform the Royal College that you have relinquished, or you've relieved, or you're no longer undergoing the post. And then the Royal Colleges just know that you are no longer undergoing the post. So it doesn't go after you again. So it doesn't ask you about anything. And that's all. So a lot of people do that. I've heard of a lot of people, they come for a job through the MTI route. Maybe it's a contract of 2 years, it's a contract of a year. After 6 months of working to get the GMC, to get the UK experience, because you would be certainly surprised that working in the UK is not like working in other countries. Some of us that have practiced in other countries other than ours, you know that every country has a system. When I went to Egypt for my PG training, it took me about 3 or 4 months to be able to acclimatize to the way of training, or the system of training there. Of course, this is something that is peculiar to every country. That's one. So the UK has its own. So usually it will take you around 3 months or thereabout to get that experience. So some people, after getting that experience, and now they can work, because usually even if you have a license, it is quite easier for you to get a job if you have a UK experience. The person giving you jobs thinks that, okay, if you have a UK experience, then he doesn't need to work hard, or he doesn't have much problem in letting you work in his trusts. So this is regarding the aims and reasons for the MTI. Now, what's the eligibility criteria? I'm a doctor. I have a postgraduate experience. For me, I have a postgraduate experience of 5 years. And I want to join the NTI. Postgraduate experience, I mean that this is not, it has nothing to do with my house job, my service, or the work I've done. No. I started PG training 2016, thereabout, late 2016. And I'm coming to the UK. I came to the UK 2021. So it's about 5 years of experience or something like that. So as a person, I want to come to the UK. What do I do? How do I come? The first thing is for you to, one, go to the Royal College of your own specialty. Check, every Royal College has its own eligibility criteria. So you check there and you see what they require. Different Royal Colleges have different requirement and criteria depending on the demand for those specialties. But for internal medicine, because it is quite a huge specialty with a lot of patient load, so I think their own eligibility criteria is different from others. I probably think that's the reason, but I found that it's not always so. It just depends on the eligibility criteria of the Royal College involved. So I will go through the Royal College of Physicians eligibility criteria. So the first thing is that for you to be able to apply, is they require you to have a postgraduate certificate or postgraduate training or at least in postgraduate training. So either somebody has finished his postgraduate training, is in the process of his postgraduate training, or he has just started his postgraduate training, but he has an evidence that says he is in postgraduate training. So the things that they recognized are, one, the MRCP exam, that's MRCP part 1, at least that's the minimum, or MRCP part 2. So I have the MRCP part 1 and 2. Or if you have a form of training, like if in Egypt, that's something I'm quite aware of. If you have a master's degree, because usually the master's degree there is about something you do in 2.5 to 3 years of clinical residency training, and you get a master's degree. So I have that. And of course, I was doing my MD before I came. You can apply actually with a master's degree. If you are from Nigeria or from West Africa, you can apply with your part 1. And happily, or congratulations to our very young colleagues and other colleagues that have primaries. When I came to the UK, I spoke to the Royal College of Physicians, I think about 2 weeks ago. I spoke to them and asked them, supposing someone has primaries, this is an exam we have in Nigeria and West Africa. It's called the primaries, which is the first exam you take before you join residency training, or as a resident. That's the exam you must have, just like you must pass the MRCP part 1 or MRCS, depending on your own Royal College. Can that be accepted? Since the Royal College of Physicians accept the MRCP part 1, can they accept our primaries? And they replied to me that they will consider that as a part of postgraduate training or an exam of postgraduate training. So anybody that has primaries can contact them, and then they can reply to him about his possible chances of coming through the MTI route. This is something I spoke with the Royal College personally about that, just to see that maybe our colleagues can have some route. So this is it. The other thing is you must have an English requirement, which is either the IELTS or the OET. I think other colleagues have spoken about the requirement about that, so I'm not going to talk about that. But OET is quite easier from my experience and experience of a lot of people. So OET is quite easier. You can easily prepare for it. And I please advise our colleagues taking English exams, we should take it serious, because we think that it's just simple. So, we don't need to just take it serious. It may be quite important to take that serious. The next thing that require is that for the Royal College of Physicians, that the doctor his certificate that is called the primary medical qualification or primary medical diploma, that is his MBBS. The MBBS must be verified. Here in UK, the document, your certificates, especially your MBBS, you don't bring it to them for them to check if it is genuine or is not genuine. No, there is a system through the ECMFG or ECFMG, I think,
Yeah.
that is called the EPIC. The EPIC, I can't remember, I think it's electronic e-portfolio, something like that. It's EPIC. What EPIC does is that you create an account, you pay them money, they verify you using a standard verifiable ID, maybe a passport or driver's license, something very verifiable that is reliable. And then you send them your MBBS, and then they will contact the medical school directly. And then the medical school will confirm to them that you were a student there. That's one. And that certificate you send to them, they will send so they will send a copy of that certificate to the medical school or to the university. And the university has an office, or the faculty will have an office that will verify that degree to make sure that that degree is true and reliable. And then they reply back to. So some universities are quite slow, some are quite fast. For me, from UDUS, I graduated from UDUS. Greatest them for that. I think the college is quite nice. It just took them 2 weeks, and then they verified it. I didn't have to talk to the college for them to do just to remind them or to push. Automatically, they just confirmed it. I give them everything is there, admission number. They check your admission number and everything, and then they just confirm that, and they replied. And I got an email that my primary medical diploma or medical degree qualification has been verified. So that's for the EPIC. You must have at least 3 years of experience post-graduation. That will include 1 year of house job. And then at the same time, when you are applying for the MTI, the Academy of Royal Colleges or Medical Royal Colleges require that you must be in working capacity or training capacity, depending, working or training capacity within the last 12 months. So if you are applying now, then it means that we are now in August. From last year, July, you must be working in a clinical capacity. So if you're doing a master's degree in MPH somewhere in UK or somewhere, you're not eligible. If you are doing some jobs somewhere, or you are out of practice for a reason, it's not acceptable. You must be in clinical practice last 12 months. And then you must be in practice up to when you come to the United Kingdom. This is something that usually they require. I think if you have this requirement, and then you can provide a certificate of good standing from any place you've worked or you're working within the last 5 years, then you have already fulfilled the requirement of the Royal College of Physicians. For me, I have been in Egypt for over 5 years. So I didn't have to get certificate of good standing from the Medical and Dental Council. I only got it from the Egyptian Medical Syndicate, which is the recognized body given that. So I only got that from the Egyptian Medical Syndicate, and that's all. And I got my registration. The Royal College accepted me, and then, of course, in the process, I got my registration. Now, when you fulfill this criteria, I have fulfilled this criteria. What do? I have fulfilled the eligibility criteria of the Royal College of Physicians, or the Royal College of Surgeons, or the Royal College of Ophthalmologists, or the Royal College of Radiologists. What do? The next thing is you check this Royal College. Is it that the Royal College only accepts those that fulfill its criteria and finds a job for them, or it has a route that you can find a job for yourself, and then you go to them with the job, and then they check the job, verify the job, and then take you. So for the Royal College of Physicians, it has two routes. It calls it the A and B. The A, I think, is they find the job for you, and then the B, you can find the job and go to them. So what happens is, if they have to find the job for you, the Royal College of Physicians, I think, have an agreement and liaison to most of some postgraduate colleges or postgraduate training institutions in several countries. I believe they should have with West Africa, or West Africa College of Physicians, but I'm not sure. I don't know. But I believe they should have that. You apply to them, or they apply to West Africa, and then the West Africa talks to them, and then they should arrange an interview for you. And then when you pass the interview, they keep your list. Whenever a hospital tells them we need doctors, then they give them those doctors. So this is something I have heard of. But to be on a safer side, and the better part is that you can get the B part, which, or the B pathway, which is you go and get the job yourself. Sorry, I'm taking quite long, but the alternative pathway is something of its own self, different entirely from the pathways of the Plab. So it has its own technicalities. So what you do is you go and get the job yourself. You go to the NHS jobs, all the track jobs, you get it. I will say at this point, or at this juncture, of course, do not quote me somewhere, but not fully quote me somewhere, but it's possible, very, very possible for somebody working in the UK to get you an interview. Alhamdulillah, I was privileged to have known somebody, some known people who are organizing the interview for the Department of Medicine when I came, because of some good relationships we have with them. And then they told me that if I have somebody that fulfills the criteria for the MTI, I can talk to them. No, actually, they didn't told me. I was the one that spoke to them. I told them, please, some people talk to me, they want to come, and blah, 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 blah. And they said, okay, fine. If I have somebody, I can send the CV to them. And if I've sent the CV to them, they can check to that, and then they can arrange interview for him. So at that time, I tried to contact some of my colleagues, telling them that, please, if you fulfill the criteria in internal medicine, you can talk to me, blah, 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 blah. And unfortunately, there was nobody from Nigeria that communicated with me. Only two colleagues of mine from Egypt, which I sent the document, and then the department checked the document and told them that they will get back to them as soon as they are done with some things, so that they can give them interviews. But it's possible, yes, it's possible. Somebody can be working, yes, it's possible, especially for Royal College of Physicians that I know of. I don't know of other faculties, but it's very, very possible. And as for my colleagues in Nigeria, when that opportunity arises again, or something like that arises, I will not hesitate to communicate with colleagues and let them know about that. This is a NUC pathway, of course. I could get you interviewed, then you get the interview, but I cannot influence how you do in the interview. I can't do that, because I'm not going to be part of the panel doing the interview. I could get you the interview, just like you can apply. So I could just help you scale the screening part of the interview, of shortlisting for interview then. But of course, now I cannot tell if that offer still stands or doesn't stand. So when you get the job, which is what I did, I got the job, then went to the Royal College. I went to the portfolio, to the website, tried creating portfolio, it did not work. I called the Royal College, and the Royal College created a portfolio for me, an account for me. I already have RCP code then, so I just give my RCP code and automatically created an account for me, and then that's all. So what's there is that the Royal College creates, then it has stages and steps. So the first thing is the pre-checks, they confirm your eligibility criteria. This is for the Royal College of Physicians. I am sure it's also available for other Royal Colleges. They confirm eligibility criteria, and then. Now, at this juncture, I would like to say the Royal College does two things. It sponsors you for GMC registration, and it also sponsors you for visa. Now, it sponsors you.
Dr.
None.
Nur, can I add 2 to 3 more minutes for you? Because I'm afraid Dr. Osama and Dr. Nur may go anytime from now. I
Okay.
didn't think actually the pathway is too long like this. Maybe we'll have
The
to
pathway is quite
organize
long.
another lecture for
Maybe
that.
another time, but
Exactly.
in 2 to 3, okay, let's say in 5 minutes,
Okay.
please. What happens is this: the Royal College can sponsor you either for the GMC registration and or visa. It depends on your agreement. For me, the trust that did the interview and gave me the job, they were ready and they gave me the COS for the visa. So I only went to the Royal College for the GMC and I got the GMC. And it has advantages. This is how it happens. And then the stages of the process, it takes about 3 to 6 months for the whole process to complete itself. But if there's any problem, you can always communicate with the Royal College through their phone number, call them, they can respond to you, or if you send them an email, they respond within 7 to 10 working days. So the Royal College sponsors Tier 5 visa, which is temporary visa just for 2 years, while the job gives you skilled worker visa, which is initially called Tier 2 visa, which has its own advantages. So if the trust can give you that, it has a lot of advantages if you can get that. So much advantages. The advantages include, for those that wants to live here, it can lead to citizenship. It can, and of course, the visa is a little bit cheaper, and you don't need to pay the health share charges. You don't need to provide maintenance because most of hospitals will take maintenance for you, so you don't have any money in your account. You only have the COS, and then automatically you can get in touch with them, and then they can give you the visa. It took me only 2 weeks exactly. Satibu, I think 13 days. Satibu, I got my visa, and I got my visa for myself and my wife and my children. So if you have the COS from the trust, it's maybe faster. I don't know if for the Royal College, but the Royal College, the process takes longer. And then you take a job. Finally, if you are applying for jobs and NHS jobs or track jobs, I have had a lot of things. The very best thing to do is not to take up the registrar's job. What it means by registrar's job is to start the job as a senior registrar. Here in UK, a registrar is a senior registrar. A registrar is a senior registrar. The job you have the core trainee, which is considered SHO, senior house officer, which is the registrar, senior registrar, which is the senior registrar, the registrar, which is considered senior registrar, and then consultant. This is it. So anybody doing core surgical training, core medical training is an SHO. Then after he finishes that, he becomes a registrar. So who does senior registrar? So it's best if you have experience, quite much of experience. For some of us that does that, take an SHO job for 3 months or 4. Most of the trust are always happy to give a registrar's job. 1 week into my job, the department asked me, they told me that they have slots for registrar's post, that I should please get to know the system, and then I should be able to take a registrar's job within 3 months, because I have experience and what have you. But before they can let me take the registrar's job, I must understand the whole route or system, the way it works. Because you are going to be, of course, a senior registrar, you supervise house officers and then the registrars. So this is it. And then after that, if you want to join training, you can join training. If you don't want to join training, you have a lot of experience, you've done training or you finished training, there is a pathway you can become a consultant called the CSER pathway. This is it. Or if you want to join training, you can just join training and then complete your training from ST4, and then you become a consultant. The cost of MTI for the Royal College is dependent, but I think this in summary is what it is. I try just to quickly summarize because of the other speakers and the people, so I wouldn't want to take much of their time. But if anybody wants to get something, he can ask me. I will also send a PDF link of things for the Royal College of Physicians to the organizers, so that they can share for other people. But anybody willing or wanting to know something about the Royal College of Physicians, exactly the Royal College of Physicians, I am ever ready, willing to help. If you have primaries, I can do that. If you have part 1, I can do that. Of course, those with part 2 may not want that. But primaries and part 1, I can assure you the Royal College of Physicians told me that they will accept primaries. So this is a very good thing if you have a primaries. Thank you very much. Sorry, I apologize for taking much of your time. I'm very, very sorry for that. But the process is quite longer than this. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nora. I think we have to organize a special session for you to explain to this process, because actually I felt guilty in 2 ways. 1, I felt guilty to stop you. 2, I felt guilty to allow you to continue talking. So I don't know what to do. Actually, I have to just decide one. But we cannot leave you just go like that. I think we have to organize another session, especially for those that will be interested, which I'm sure there will be a lot of people in the group asking.
Yeah, the fact that is young Nigerian doctors, a lot of people that are in training now want to actually, they really want to, some of them wouldn't want to take Plab now. Some of them have a lot of things. So if you already have primaries, all you need is just language. Or if you have part 1, all you just need is just language and you can get a job. It might be quite easier. You don't have to pay a lot of money and some things like that. But I can assure you for Royal College, other Royal colleges, I'm sure for psychiatry, they accept. You don't need to have MRC psych. They accept that, because I checked psychiatry, because there's a friend of mine that wanted that. I checked that for him exactly. So
thank you so much, Dr. Nora. Please, I know there are a lot of questions from the participants. Please write it in the group, and please, for the doctors, do not respond to questions, because we have to answer them at the end, because people will be asking the same question. One will be asking about the Plab 1, and the same person will be asking about the Plab 1. So if we answer them all at the end, it will suffice, and it will take all the questions at once and answers quickly. We have to actually, I didn't expect this meeting will take us this long. We started a bit late from the beginning, and we cannot control everything. I myself took a long time, I know, but it is what it is. So quickly, we'll have to go to about the residency in the UK. Some people will start from the beginning that I want to be a resident. Can I just come to the UK and become a resident, or I have to undergo through some processes? This is what we are going to understand now. And Dr. Usama will be with us at the moment.
Good evening, all. Before I start, I would like to suggest to the previous speaker, Dr. Noura, I think a lot of these participants might want to have your contact details in case they need help with the MTI applications.
Yeah. So maybe you can share your email address maybe in the chat box.
Yeah,
or something like that.
I think that would be good. Yeah. That's fine. So I'll be taking us quickly through overview of specialty training in the UK. Why I said overview is because it's quite a wide topic and I cannot cover all the specialties, obviously. So I just summarize some of the basics that everyone needs to know about applying for training in the UK and how it goes. Why I'm doing this is because I've just passed through the process and I was successful in getting into pediatric training this year, which I'm just into now. And I just wanted to share my experience with you guys and to show you how we did that and how you can also do that. Just to clarify, if you do Plab route before, it's just clarification actually, it just gives you license. So the level of job you get in the UK depends on your previous experience. So you could actually start working as a registrar through the Plab route straight away. You don't have to do the junior doctor's route. It just gives you a license. So what determines the level of work you get is your experience and your performance in the interview, obviously. So I'll be taking us through the introduction, what is competition ratio, eligibility criteria for applying for training, the application process, the basic tips that might help, some challenges in the application, and I'll conclude. Next slide, please. So one important thing for most doctors to do is to decide which specialty to go for. I'm sure it's a very hot topic. It took me quite a long time to decide, actually. To be sincere, I applied for both pediatrics and GP this year, and I got both. I just decided on the last minute to go for pediatrics. So I'm sure there might be other people that are finding it difficult to make decisions. So the basic thing is there's no point rushing. Take your time and make a good decision so that you don't have to change your decision midway into something. Yeah. So specialty training in the UK takes about 3 to 8 years, depending on which specialty you want to go for. The shortest is GP, which is general practice, what we know as family medicine in Nigeria. And the longest is 8 years. Most of the specialties in reality are 8 years. Pediatrics is 8 years, but it's now reduced to 7 years just 2 days ago. And radiology is 5 years. Psychiatry is also 5 years. Neurosurgery and most of the surgical specialties are 8 years. A few of them are 7 years. So specialty training in the UK, what we know as residency training in Nigeria, is divided into two. There's what they call core training, like my previous speaker explained, and specialty training, which means the senior residency training. So in general, after graduating from medical school, one does F1 position, which is like internship, what we do in Nigeria as internship or housemanship. After that, in the UK, it's actually 2 years. So you get your full registration after the first year, and that's what we call, you start FY2, which is the second foundation year. FY stands for foundation year, which is the equivalent of house job. So for one to enter into training, you need to have passed, you must have finished the foundation level, which means you must have finished your 2 years of internship in the UK or have an equivalent experience, which means a year experience from Nigeria with housemanship is fine. You don't have to have 2 years. And starting training is divided into two, like I said, the core training, which is the first 2-3 years of training, and the higher specialty training, which is from the 3rd year to the 8th year. There's actually no specialty, that's 9 years now. So there are two basic types of specialty training, core training in the UK. That's what we call run-through training, in which after doing the first interview and securing the first year of training, you don't have to do any interview, you just keep progressing. As long as you are doing well in the annual reviews, then you just finish within 8 years as a specialist, or within 3 years, depending on the specialty. In which case, there's nothing like there's nothing like doing a separate interview after finishing the core training. But in other specialties, you have to do, you have to apply for core training, and at the end of core training, you have to still apply for higher specialty training, in which case they are not continuous. After the 3rd year, you have to apply, and it might be competitive. If you get the slots to start higher specialty training, then you start. Otherwise, you might need to start another job. So some specialties are run through like pediatrics. Some specialties are broken into at the end of training, you eventually get what they call CCT, Certificate of Completion of Training, and you become a consultant, and you might choose to go for higher subspecialty training, which might last 1 to 2 years. I'm just rushing because of time, so I'm not going to be, okay, some terms to do with training in the UK. I mentioned already about foundation year, first and second, which is the equivalent of housemanship in Nigeria. And a core trainee is someone in the first 2 years of training. Usually they call them CT1 or CT2. Alternative terms include ST1 or ST2, which is specialty training year 1 and specialty training year 2. They are core trainees, and usually these are the ones in training. There are equivalent positions for core trainees that are not in training. You could have trust. Actually, you can have equivalent for even senior positions. You can have trust doctors working as level of FY2 or working as ST1 or working at the level of ST2, but they're not really in training. They're just they're just at that level, but they're not in training. So they're working for the hospital, but they're not into training. That's the job I was doing the last year before I started training now. And SHO is any junior doctor. Any doctor doing within the first 2 years of training is an SHO. Some specialties up to ST3 is still an SHO. same as junior doctor, and there's senior, middle grade, or specialty registrar, which are equivalent of what we call senior residents in Nigeria, the senior registrars. And I mentioned about run through and uncoupled. Run through is when the training is continuous. You don't need to do any other interview to get into higher levels. And there's uncoupled, in which you start core training separately and you do higher training after that. The entry points for training could be ST1, which is the beginning of training, or ST2, which is the second year of training. Most specialties do not do ST2 now. So you either have ST1 or ST3 and 4. So ST3 and 4 are for people that are a bit more experienced, those that have already have completed the Royal College exams, maybe MRCP, MRCP-CH if you're in pediatrics, or the FRCOG or 1G. So you could start as ST3 or ST4 depending on how much experience you have and how many exams you've passed. Okay, next slide. So there's what they call competition ratio in the UK, which determines the likelihood of you going into this specialty. And is what it means is just the ratio of number of applications into that specialty versus the actual number of posts that are there. For example, let's talk about the first one there. If you look at ACCS anesthetic, which means it's just the core training for anesthesia, in 2020, they had 1,479 applications, but the only posts they had were just 569, which means the competition ratio would be 1479 divided by 569, which would be 2.6, which means for every post in anesthesia, there are 2.6 candidates applying for that. And if I'm to take neurosurgery there, if you look at it in the middle, for ST1 applications in 2020, there were 220 applicants and there were only 26 positions, making the competition as 8.5, which means for every one position, more than 8 people are competing for that. So it tells you roughly how likely am I to get into this training. So you could plan to apply for maybe another specialty at the same time so that you don't put all your eggs in one basket, yeah? So the competition ratio, you see that it varies with the specialty. Some specialties are highly competitive, like neurosurgery that I just mentioned, and some are less competitive. And you could see that some have competition ratio of less than 1, like oral and maxillofacial surgery, ST3 position. There were only 16 applicants, while over 23 positions were there, which means almost all it doesn't guarantee that all the applicants will actually get slots because they have to have basic minimum requirement to get into training. So you could still be among the 16 and not get into it if you don't meet the basic requirement. Next slide. So what is the basic eligibility criteria for starting a first year of training in the UK? First, of course, obviously you need to have MBBS or equivalent. Why I'm saying equivalent, there are a lot of other similar terms like MD, MB, BCH, a lot of other similar medical terms, but they are just saying that you must have a medical degree. And you must, this condition is they said you must be GMC registered by the intended start date, which means most times the training starts in August of the year. It doesn't mean that you must have GMC registration before you apply, but by the August you're starting the training, you must have registration. I know a couple of guys this year that applied when they didn't have registration. They were just going for the Plab 2 and eventually got the job and got their registration after that, and they were able to start training in August this year. And you must have what they call foundation training certificate, which is just something showing that you've done internship or equivalent. What they have in the UK is what they call foundation year training certificate, foundation training certificate. But from Nigeria, you could have anything like any letter from your hospital that you did internship that could serve. And then you must have 12-month medical experience after full GMC registration. That's why I said in bracket or equivalent post-licensing experience. What it means is that you must be at least 12 months for post-MBBS. You must have worked for at least 12 months after graduation, which means if you just graduated last month and you just got registered with GMC, you cannot start training. You must only apply for maybe provisional license, do your foundation training, and after that, then you can apply, but not straight away. But most people, I'm sure, must have completed this before coming to UK. So most Nigerians will not have this problem. So if you have had full registration from GMC, you will be qualified here. Another thing is you must have evidence to to commence specialty training, that's what they call CREST form, which is what it means is Certificate of Readiness to Enter Specialty Training. It's just a list of things that a consultant needs to sign and say that, okay, I've seen this doctor taking history, I've seen this doctor examine, I believe this doctor is honest, this doctor can discuss this and that. So it's just to get any consultant, it doesn't have to be in the UK, any consultant in Nigeria can sign for you, and that would be valid. I got mine signed from Nigeria actually, and it was what I managed to get into training with. So you don't have to get it from the UK, but if whoever is signing for you must have worked with you for at least 3 months for it to be valid. And like I said earlier, UK experience is not a requirement to start training. You can just, after passing your PLAB 2, you can apply for training straight away and come to UK. Currently, there's a doctor from Nigeria that's starting pediatric training with me in our department, and she never worked in the NHS. She's coming straight away from Nigeria. So it's possible. Next, there's what they call person specification. For any specialty, this, what I mentioned just now, is the eligibility criteria, which means this applies to any specialty. You must have this. But for each specialty has now its own specific person specification, which I'm just modification of actually the previous ones. They are just things to do with honesty, things to do with participation in research or audit. They're not, most of them are just recommended features. They're not really compulsory. So what you just need to do is to tailor your CV to make sure that it says good about you. It says a lot about you. You don't have, you could be good, but if you don't, if your application does not portray that, then it doesn't mean that they will just look at you as being a good person. They will look at your application when you can't be there to defend yourself. So a good application is very important. So one thing that one has to do is to look at the person specification for the specialty that you want to go into. It's always there online. You can go into Google, just search for person specification for surgery, person specification for medicine, you would see it. And you can just make sure that you plan your CV to make sure that it sounds, that is fitting into that. And so, like I said earlier, ability to demonstrate how well you meet the specification is what matters. It's not about whether you have the experience, you have whatever. If you can't demonstrate it in writing, if you can't prove it in your application form, then you'll be marked down and you might not get position. And then you need to be honest. I'm saying that you need to make sure that your CV is meeting the requirement, but it doesn't mean you have to go and say that you have a long years of experience when you know that you just have few years. If they realize it, they will seize it. So you must be honest. Next. Okay, then the application process. The application for training in the UK is not done via the NHS jobs like we discussed earlier. We just discussed about NHS jobs and track jobs, but there's a separate platform for applying for training in the UK, and that's Oriel. This is the website there, Oriel.the NHS.uk. And you need to just open an account with them, put on your details, and they will usually they will give you logins, and when you log in, you will see you just search for the specialty that you want to apply for. Most times application begin around October and close in November. That's, for example, if you want to apply for next year's training, then the application will be around October, November this year. So you must know the timing for the application, because if you just go now and go into Oriel, you may not see anything except for maybe it's a second round of GP application that's ongoing. But if at the time you are searching, it's not the time for the application, then you might not see anything. So you might have to check when is the timing for the application. Usually it's October, November, and it stops in December. And then after that, what you do is get to a specialty. Maybe you want to go for medicine, get the form for medicine, fill it. And in filling it, that's why you have to demonstrate how well you meet the eligibility criteria. And just know that whatever you put in the form is what will be ranked. They will score it actually for every part of the application process, which we'll see. I just summarized the content of the form on the next slide. Can we have a look at that? Okay, so basically it just talks about your personal information, like how old are you, which medical school did you finish from, all these basic details that you don't need any gray matter to answer, okay? And the employment history is straightforward too. It doesn't ask you to tell them how your experience there. It just asks you where were you working, for how long, from which date to which date, and that's all. And which specialty were you working in? And then they will ask you questions to do with equality and diversity, which just talks about like your gender, which race are you, all these basic issues that they use to do some studies to look at how fair were the application. They use this to know, okay, you are an African, how many Africans were able to get into training, for example, if they want. So it's more for their own use than for the application. It doesn't mean that if you are white, you will score higher, or if you're black, you will be down, or you'll be marked down or something like that. No. And whether you've been into training somewhere else before coming, or in the UK, you might have started training in one specialty and you want to change, and you need to tell them. They will ask you questions about that. Why are you changing, and things like that. They will also definitely ask you about supporting information, which means this is what will be marked correctly. This is what they will look into with seriousness. How are you able to demonstrate your commitment to that specialty? For example, you said you're going to do pediatrics. One thing they will want to know is, okay, you want to do pediatrics. What is in your portfolio? What is in your history? What achievement have you done that will demonstrate that you actually wanted pediatrics? So you could say, I've been currently working in pediatrics, or I've done pediatric exam, MRCP in pediatrics. You must show them that something that shows that actually I am interested in pediatrics. So it's not like just you saying, okay, I like children since I was small, this and that. You could say that. It doesn't mean it will not, but they will need something more tangible to say that, okay, you actually like this specialty. And based on how good you are able to demonstrate that to them, they will mark you and give you a score. And you also need to obviously put your references, and then they will have to check whether you met the eligibility criteria or not. So whatever you put on the application form will be marked, actually, just like an exam. They will mark it, they will score you. For example, they will say in your, based on the supporting information, because in supporting information is going to be a bit wider. They will ask you issues about leadership. Have you participated in any leadership project? Have you had any awards? Have any distinctions while you're in school? They will score all this. Have you participated in any research? Have you participated in any audit? So they will just score all of these points and they will give you a mark. So one thing that one needs to do is you need to discuss with someone who is into training in that specialty before you apply, because it means a lot. One mistake I did was actually, I felt the form was straightforward. I just filled it and submitted. I just barely managed to get interview invitation, because I don't even know how they managed to get me an interview invitation, but I did very well in the interview and in the exam, the written exam. So that's why I managed to get it. But my application form was not good. I admit that. And I ought to have consulted some other people into training in that specialty to make it better. So one thing you might want to do is to get in contact with someone who is already into training in that specialty and ask him, okay, this is my application form. Do you want to have a look? And maybe advise if there are things you think I can make better, so I score higher for it. Because everything here is objective, really. They want to see, they are really objective, because you can raise, if you feel you've been made disadvantaged for any other reason, you can raise it up, and they will always look into this and investigate. So everyone wants to make sure that he is doing the right things because of that. So you might want to make sure that your application is good, such that whoever is marking that will always score you high. Next slide. Also, what are the tips for application into training? So what are things that one needs to do if you want to really get into training? Because you might have a lot of people working in the NHS applying for training for years and still not getting it. And you might get other people in Nigeria applying once and getting it. So it depends on how well you applied. It doesn't matter whether you're working in the NHS or you're not working in the NHS. So for most specialties, they value research. If you participated in any research in the past and you have a paper published with your name in it, that will have a lot of value. It will score very high. And if you participated in audits, this is something that we don't often do in Nigeria. So I don't know how to say, maybe you could just demonstrate maybe your participation in any mortality, morbidity reviews. That could score you some points, but it wouldn't score as high as someone who has had a clinical audit done and presented it in the UK. So another thing is academic awards. Yeah, the more awards you have, of course, the more you're likely to score higher. But it's not necessary. You don't have to have it to get it. Leadership qualities. We tend to usually underestimate our leadership experiences most times in Nigeria. One thing is even certificates from your medical school participating in this group, this committee, this NPRO, this organization, you can all use that. And it's just about how you demonstrate that as a leadership position. And that's what will likely make you get a good score. And communication skills, obviously, you need to, if they see you making spelling mistakes in your statements, it's telling them that you don't have very good command of the language. So they might also, they actually look at spelling mistakes, they look at punctuation errors. So if you make a lot of them, then you would score low, obviously. And like I said, the application form matters a lot. That's what is gateway for you. If you do well there, then it opens the door for you to be considered for doing written exams or interviews. So because in this year, what they did was, because most times there is no face-to-face interview, there are some specialties that just use the application form actually. For example, internal medicine, what they just did was they just look at the application forms and ask candidates to bring evidence for whatever they said they have achieved. And that's all. There was no interview for medicine this year. So you must make sure that your application form is good. It might be the only thing that might get you the position. And for pediatrics, for example, this year, getting invitation for interview and doing the written exam was based on your application form. So if you don't even do well in the application form, they will not even invite you for the interview. So even if you are the best, nobody would even know that you are the best because you didn't have the very good application that will show that. And then one needs to prepare well for the exam and interview. I know guys that were invited. I had a colleague who was working with me in emergency medicine, and he was all applied for pediatrics. He managed to get interview invitation, but he failed in the interview, and that's why he didn't get it. So you must be confident. That's the next point. You must be confident. You must portray yourself as a person that's worthy of being recruited into training. You must show that you actually have interest in the specialty. And another thing one would want to do is to get guidance. Like I said, you must get guidance from other people that have done this, and they will always be there to help, I'm sure. So if you need any question or guidance on application for training, you can always contact me or any of the colleagues that you know that have managed to get into training or are in the UK for some time. And then you can also, most of the times the information is there in the internet. You can search for yourself and have a look, just search what are application, how do I make my application for training good? There are a lot of sites that might help. And then get reliable referees, because after doing whatever you do, the exam, the interview, whatever, if you're successful, then what will be the limiting factor is now your referees. If your referees say good about you, then you start the training. But if all your referees are saying bad things or they refuse to reply to the reference request, then you might not get into training, unfortunately. So, and then praying, obviously, you have to pray in anything we do as Muslims. And then what are the common challenges? One of the challenges is competition, actually. There are a lot of competition in certain specialties that might make some people frustrated. But the good thing is the better you make your application, the higher your chance of getting into that specialty, no matter its own competition ratio. So you shouldn't be scared by competition and say that, okay, I'm not going to do that. Or they don't normally give people from this country this specialty, so I'm not going to apply. No, give it a try. You might be the only one that might get it. So always have a positive thinking. And then, like I said, I keep saying the form, because the application form is what matters. You make sure that you make that form say good about you. Yeah, you must make sure that you are good. You can't be humble here. Actually, you're humble in your mind, but you have to demonstrate that you're good for anyone to look at you. And then the exams, if you can attempt exams in the specialty you want. If you want to go for surgery, for example, attempt MRCS, or if you want to go for medicine, attempt MRCP. If you want to go for any specialty, just attempt, even if it's just 1-2 exams in that specialty. It shows commitment to that specialty. It shows that you are genuinely interested in that specialty. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to spend your money in that. But you should know that it's not a requirement. You don't need to have any exam. I did up to now. I'm just about to do my MRCP in October. I've not done the exam yet, and I still managed to get it. So it's not a requirement. You don't need to have it to get into training. But if you have it, then it places you a bit higher on the ranking. And then interviews, you always have to make sure that you do very well in the interviews. You have to be confident. You must present yourself as a person. What you're saying to the examiner should be exactly what is in the form. You can't be saying something that's completely different from what you said in your application form. So you just need to restate what you've said in the form and convince them that you actually like that specialty. And that's all they need. They just want someone genuinely interested in the specialty. They don't want to waste the time, give someone who will eventually turn down the offer or midway in the training leave. They want to see, is that a person that will stay in training for the length of training? Another challenge, obviously, is the length of training. In the UK, is quite, you can see that most of the specialties are about 7-8 years. So that could be an issue. And that might deter some other people. But the truth is, if you're getting paid throughout the years, so it's just like you doing your job, that's it. You eventually, wherever you are, you're working and you're being paid. You're not going to do it free. You're being paid for whatever you're doing, only that with every year you're progressing. And the truth is, you will not notice by the time you finish, they'll say it's already finished now. And you look back and say, oh, quite a long time. How did I make it? So it's just possible, just keep pushing. There's nothing impossible. So in conclusion, I think, like I said, getting into training in the UK is actually possible and doable. I managed to do it within less than a year. I arrived in the UK 22nd of August. I'm not yet a year here, and I managed to get into training. So it's possible. And all you need to do is to be prepared, be confident, and present yourself as good.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Dr. Harun, continue.
Yes, no, I was just trying to thank him. I thought you were away.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Osama.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Osama, for the efforts and for the, actually, I was with my jota, I was writing down some stuff that will help me as well. So we're not just organizing, we are also here to learn as well. Thank you so much for the efforts and for being here as well, because I'm quite sure you and Dr. Ubaid will have gone by now. But I'll have to sincerely thank you extra for being with us until this time. Thank you so much for the presentation as well. And I think we have to move quickly to Dr. Ubaid if he's close. Let me see the participants. I hope he's still here.
Yeah, Dr. Ubaid is there. I can see him online.
Okay, maybe I need to omit him.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Ubaid, finally we've reached to the destination. Yes, sincere apologies.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
Okay, can you see me?
Yeah.
Clearly.
Okay. I cannot see myself actually on the page.
I think you have to, on the view, you can make it
view on top right.
Yeah, on the top right hand side.
Yeah, one sec. Top right hand side.
Yeah, view.
You can put the view, click on the, you can see an icon maybe beside that, you can just click it.
Okay, struggling with that.
Have you seen it?
Right, I think I'll just carry on. I'm struggling with it. I'm using my phone. Is there any reason why this is the case? Because I'm using a phone?
I'm not sure.
Hello?
Yeah, probably. I'm also using my phone on my computer, but
Hello?
I can only see myself on the computer and not the
So
phone.
I think it's probably.
Hello, can you hear me?
Most likely, yes, we can. Yes.
So maybe it's because you are using your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, amma kuna ji na?
Muna ji sosai.
Yeah.
To shikenan, I'll just move on. I'll just
Yeah.
move on and
Unmute him again.
Yeah, Dr. Nura, I think someone was asking in the group that please they want to see your face. So anyone that wants to see Dr. Nura is there, live and direct. Okay, if you want to see him, he's there already. I think someone sent specifically in the group chat, please, Dr. Nura, we want to see your face. So he's here, available like sand. Okay. Dr. Ubaid?
You have to unmute him, I think. Again.
Okay. Maybe he tried to join using another device. Let me see. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, Dr. Ubaid, you can unmute yourself now.
okay.
Yes, great.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, clear, visible.
Okay. Sorry
Yeah.
about the difficulty. So, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. Working in the NHS and life in the UK, I mean, it's a lot to talk about, but Alhamdulillah, most of the preceding speakers have said a lot of things that I found useful myself, reminded me of some of the difficulties that I had. This year is my 8th year actually working with the NHS. I would like to share with you things that I feel, inshallah, would be useful for you while you start working with the NHS. I want.
It seems you're unmuted yourself. You muted yourself, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
You have to unmute him again before you.
No, I did.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'm really sorry. I didn't do anything. I think my phone is a bit temperamental now. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, I mean, this year is my 8th year actually working with the NHS, and I thought to share with you guys a few points that I feel, inshallah, would help anybody who's started to work in the NHS. Initially, I just wanted to, if you move to the next slide, please.
Okay.
Yes, I wanted to start this way by actually asking the audience if there were any burning questions that you would like to be addressed, so that I wouldn't just go about talking about things that you might not find useful. Are there any particular issues that you would expect from me? Because if I know that before I start talking, I can adapt my talk to include those things.
I think
What do you think?
One of the things that people tend to ask is this used to say that UK is quite a heavily taxed country, that even the payment is, a lot of it has been taxed. So people tend to feel that they might struggle financially being here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk about that, inshallah, on the finances. Remind me if I don't. I'll talk
Anyone
about
have
it,
any
inshallah.
questions, drop them in the chat box.
Yeah, medical legal issues. I will also talk about that, inshallah, briefly.
Someone is asking about racism and tasks.
Yes, I'll talk about that as well, inshallah. I've included that. Racism. So at the moment, we've got taxes that are high, medical legal issues, and racism. Yeah? Any other burning issues?
Adapting to the system.
Yes, adapting to the system. Also, I've included in the talk.
Working hours.
Yeah, working hours. Okay. How much time have we got? Discrimination, that will come under racism as well.
Salary.
Salary, okay.
Freedom of religion. I can put it this way.
Absolutely, freedom of religion. Okay.
Private practice, someone mentioned this.
Okay, private practice.
Cost of living compared to the salary.
Absolutely. Yeah, cost of living. Okay, this is, I think, more than enough to talk about.
Dependence. Someone
Dependence.
is
I
fine.
think the relevant point is that
Dependence, children, attitudes. Okay, this should come in the question and answer session. Okay, we'll take.
Okay,
We'll take it
perfect.
with,
But
and this will come in the question and answer session. Okay.
That's really good. I mean, I'm really happy that actually people have raised these things, because these are the kind of things that I've thought about when I was preparing this slide. So inshallah, we'll touch on these things briefly. I mean, there's not enough time to talk about every of these things in much detail, but I'll just highlight important issues. So if you move to the next slide, please. Right, so working in the NHS, the National Health Service is definitely one of the largest employers in the world, certainly the largest in Europe, employing more than 1.3 million people. And a typical day in the NHS, you would see about 1 million consultations at the GP practice. And there would be about 50,000 attendants in the A&E. There'll be at least 50,000 outpatient consultations. These are usually in the big hospitals. There will be nearly 100,000 people that will be on admission due to very acute reasons. And there will be about 36,000 people who are actually inpatients. So you can see it's a really, really huge institution with a very, very good reputation. You could arguably say that it is the best health service in the world, especially when you look at it from a universal healthcare kind of view. It has a reputation worldwide. So I think it's a place that many people are proud to work in. It's more than 70 years old, and we're where we are. Anyway, working in the NHS, good that you've moved to the next slide. I mean, I thought to mention this first, like a work-life balance or life-work balance. Depending on the kind of role one gets into the NHS, you would be entitled to a full-time kind of job or a part-time. You might be entitled to a maternity leave, a paternity leave, study leaves, and compassionate leaves, and all sorts of things. But it's important for you to actually understand that if you are doing, say, a locum work, which some people could consider private, you will not be entitled to any of these things. But if you're working in a service provision job, which are usually the trust grade jobs or the clinical fellowships, or you're in a training job, then you would be entitled to a full-time job or a part-time job. You could have that option. I mean, it's not an obligation for your employers to offer you this opportunity for being full-time or part-time, but many jobs would allow some kind of part-time, including training jobs. Maternity leave, paternity leave, study leaves, compassionate leaves, all you will be entitled to if you are in a service provision job with a contract or you are in training. It's important for you to know about these, because then you can plan depending on what your circumstances might be. Now, the next thing I wanted to talk about is I'm just imagining the journey of working in the NHS. So once you get a job, and of course the other speakers have talked about how you get there, but once you get a job, usually there will be pre-employment checks. Sometimes these can be very daunting because they do ask for a lot of paperwork that, because of our own setting, sometimes are difficult to sort out. Particularly, I'm referring to things like immunization records, because they would like an immunization record of everything that has happened since birth. And it's not something that we traditionally keep meticulously. So if you're thinking about getting a job here, or you've already started the Plab journey, start to organize yourself and get all these things ready, so that by the time you get an employment, you don't have to worry about it. You've already sorted it out. The next thing would be induction training, which, particularly because of COVID, most of it now has gone online and has got it's become virtual. Essentially, an induction training is a process that gets you familiarized with the new working environment. They teach you the basic or the most important things that you need to do, train you IT-wise so that you'll be able to access the systems. So the IT systems that are used at the workplace, and also sometimes even take you around to show you where you would be working, introduce you to people and things like that. Most of that has gone virtual. What I wanted to actually mention here, because it's very, very important, is that all the mandatory training that you need to do before you start working, you will be provided with links, usually online, for you to do the training that would be required. Please and please try and do that training and do it very well. Be very meticulous with it. Why do I say that? Usually the NHS is really overwhelmed with the kind of workload. So people, and there is a chronic staff shortage. So people usually look forward to new employees. People look forward to new people coming to join their team. But what they don't look forward to is somebody who would come on the first day of working that would be clueless and would become an additional burden. Instead of somebody who's coming to lighten the burden, it would now be somebody who would come who has no idea what they're doing. They have no IT access. They don't know their heads from their tails. They're asking stupid questions around. And already you can imagine there are many prejudices already, even before you start, the color of your skin and everything. And you just come and you appear clueless. It's not a good start. And I tell you, it's not a good start because what happens is people make quick impressions about you. And once they make quick impressions about you, you can kickstart a vicious cycle of creating difficulty for yourself, because once people become, wary of working with you, then they start to become unhelpful. And that's not the sort of working environment you want when you're just starting. So what I'm saying is, when you're provided with IT accesses to do your training, online training that would allow you to do your prescription, that would allow you to make requests, that will allow you to make referrals, be diligent with them, practice them like you want to be good with them when you start on your first day working. Essentially, you want to hit the ground running. You want to amaze people on your first day. I tell you, people start talking about you on your first day. They will meet you on the corridor, they will meet you in the offices, but once they go dining or lunch, they'll be asking themselves, so what do you think about this new guy? And people will start talking. And there's one thing you would come to realize with the NHS, there's just so much gossip. Before you know it, things would spread. So hit the ground running, make a first good impression. Next thing is fulfilling your potential. What do I mean by that? Depending on what you want to do or what you want to get from the NHS. If you want to get a training job, which most people, I think, aspire to get, what you want to do is right from the word go, like some of the preceding speakers have talked about, is be organized and be planned. So one of my greatest challenges I found is actually deciding what you want. If you've decided this is the specialty that you want to get to, then essentially what you need to do is find out what are the eligibility criteria and what are the desirable criteria for getting you that position that you aspire to. And you start working towards it. Because one thing you want to realize is actually the people that you will compete with are people who have actually decided their career right from, I would say, our equivalent of secondary school. Some of them as early as that. So somebody wants to become a neurosurgeon right from secondary school, has come and volunteered in neurosurgery department. So he has already started building a portfolio when he is in 13 or 14 years. So if you are not focused and planning early, how do you imagine that you would compete with such a person? Some of them, if not as early as that, are actually during university years, take time out, do an additional degree in neuroscience, for example, still given an example with neurosurgery, so that they will compete favorably when they apply. So I'm saying that if you want to go into a particular specialty, go to the right sources. Everything is available online. You just need to be signposted to the right place, get the information that is required, and start working on it early on. One thing we're not good with, where we come from, is actually documenting our achievements. So, for example, somebody alluded to that earlier in his talk. If you wanted to get a score on leadership, you know, I'm sure many of you were presidents of all sorts of organizations, but we don't necessarily have evidence to document that. So now that you've started to contemplate about a specialty and you've looked at the criteria for entry into that, and one of the scoring points is leadership, start to think about how you get all those documentations now that you're in Nigeria, because trying to get things when you're away sometimes can be very difficult. I can give so many examples, but I think you get the gist. The next thing is being realistic in your goal setting. Somebody has just talked about the competition ratios and things like that. Sometimes it's not only about that. Sometimes it's about what you think about a work-life balance. You know, some specialties are more tasking than others. Some of them might have very high competition rates, but not only that, some of them do not have jobs at the end of it. So sometimes it's not only about looking at the competition rates, but actually talking to people who are in those specialties to look at what is the long-term outlook. Ultimately, when you get a CCT, what happens? Are there jobs? And also that is also, I think, the answer to that question and how you react to that question would be determined by what you want to do in the future. So for example, for somebody who is looking to just come get trained in the UK and go somewhere else and work, say in the Middle East, or even go back to Nigeria, not getting a job at the end of training might not mean much to him, as because he knows that he just got the training and he's got the skills, he's going to go back. But for somebody who is interested in working here, these are important things to consider. So yes, look at the right sources, look at competition rates, look at work-life balance, the burden of work and all that is required, the years and length of training, but also look at the ultimate outlook in terms of what are the prospects when you finish training. Next slide, please. Now, somebody asked me questions, or somebody wanted us to discuss about racism and discrimination. Yes, it's a reality that the world has come to, you know, this is what we experience. Black and minority ethnic group face a lot of challenges. And you can see what happened with the Black Lives Matter and all that. But there is, I would say, systemic racism, and it's everywhere. It's nothing peculiar with the NHS, it's everywhere. But what I can say about the NHS is actually, when you start, there might be a lot of prejudice, there might be stereotyping and things like that. But that doesn't last for long, depending on what you do. So yes, you might have to work a little harder. You might have to prove yourself before you get rid of all that skepticism in the minds of people. But actually, if you know what you're doing, you're confident, you're a decent person, you're disciplined, it doesn't take long for people to actually take out all curtain in their eyes and actually for them to see you for who you are. That's my own experience. But again, that also goes back to my point earlier that start with the right impression. If you're coming, already there are these prejudice and there are these stereotypes hanging over your head, and you come and you just almost like certify those skepticisms. You know, people think that this is what the outcome of your employment is going to be, and you just come and prove them right. You know, you're just making your position more difficult. So start right, know what you're doing, do the right thing, and hopefully things would get easier. When you're about proving yourself, don't try too hard, because you see, we come from a place where, to be honest, there's not super kind of specialization if that's what I'm trying to say. Essentially, you come from a place where a single doctor in a particular specialty would be a master of all things, right? So a doctor would be able to do so many things. Here, it's very, very different. It's very super specialized, and everybody has their own remit. You just don't want to go beyond that. First, you don't want to go outside what you're competent or comfortable doing. That's one. But two, you don't want to encroach into other areas that are not your specialization. So with everything that you're confronted, the first thing you need to ask yourself is that, is this my job role, or is it someone else's? Is it a decision that should be made by a physiotherapist? Is it a decision that should be made by somebody else in a different specialty? So while you're trying to prove yourself, don't try to be a Superman, essentially, because you'll get into trouble. Something that's beyond your limit, just escalate it, either to a different specialty or to your seniors. I mean, I take it that most of the people who would be starting in the NHS will be starting as SHOs. So actually your role is to do what you're being told and actually be that contact person between the patients and your seniors. So that's essentially your role. Don't try to do too much just trying to prove yourself. That can get you into trouble as well. Again, this BAME group challenges. There's somebody mentioned medical legal issues. And at this juncture, I would like to say anybody who is starting to work in the NHS, it would be a wise thing to take up membership with a defense union, okay? Because litigation, it's a big thing in this country. And whether you like it or not, a good doctor, you can be an excellent doctor and things actually go wrong. When things go wrong, people start looking at what has happened with a microscope, with the pressures on the NHS. It's inevitable there will be things that are suboptimal, that are not perfect, and you can easily be in trouble. But your problem is even more confounded because you belong to this BAME group. This is a reality. I would just like you to probably go and read up the story of David Selou. David Selou was a colorectal surgeon in London who was in his 70s, veteran colorectal surgeon with a reputation, who was jailed actually for 2 years for actually doing nothing wrong. He was eventually acquitted of all the charges, but he didn't get any recompense or compensation. And it just goes a long way to tell you the kind of peculiarities that the BAME group people face. So essentially, be careful, know what you're doing, take up defense union membership. It will help you because especially if you're locum, you're the most vulnerable person. So I wouldn't advise anybody who is coming to the UK as a new person to actually get into locum work. That is dangerous. But trust grade and training jobs, your trusts and your deanery can protect you to some degree. But when things start to go really, really sour, they actually can sacrifice you easily. Because at the end of the day, you're just, a number, I would say. So you need something that will protect you for yourself. The memberships are not too expensive if you look at it in the whole scheme of things. So that is what I'll just briefly say about discrimination and medical legal issues. Different landscape, steep learning curve, the way of working, I would say, to be honest, and I even prefer that I mentioned this earlier in the beginning of the talk. A good doctor is a good doctor. It doesn't matter where he is. Being a good doctor is essentially being kind, being a good listener, being compassionate, being safe, and being human. Anybody who has got these characteristics would be a good doctor wherever he is. But sometimes the landscape and the context within which you work can make things a bit more difficult, especially if you're coming to a new environment that you're not familiar with. There will be things that actually would be challenging when you start, not your competence in terms of your medical knowledge. I'm confident that what we have been taught in Nigeria or even other countries, it's enough for us to practice safely. But it's just the context that is different. Everything is IT based, you know. These are things that we're not familiar with. Because of that, it's a steep learning curve. It slows you down in the beginning because you have to start getting yourself acquainted with the systems, and you'd naturally be slower than your contemporaries. But actually, if you're diligent, it doesn't take very long before you actually get used to these systems and it will become second nature to you. Important things, you know, those mandatory trainings that I've alluded to earlier, you know, things about infection protocols, especially now with COVID, it's a really, really hot issue. So get yourself familiarized with how you should, you know, take precautions or how you should approach patients, you know, the categorization of patients and all that sort of thing in your induction pack, in the links that will be provided before you start working. Make sure you go through these things very well. Information governance and data protection, it's a big issue here. There's a big issue with kind of confidentiality and how you share information about patients, you know, so you need to understand it very well. It can be complex, but try to understand it very well and make sure you actually handle patient data with care. I mean, I don't want to go to the detail of that, but I'm sure when you start to work, you'd realize what I'm talking about. But anytime you start to see things talking about information governance and data protection, please pay attention to that. Now, one very important thing, again, this is also related to medical legal issue, is timely documentation. In the NHS, whatever has happened, if it is not documented, it has not happened, okay? So documentation will save you 1,000,000 times. And documentation is not the way we are used to documentation. Literally, I can tell you by just giving you an example how serious documentation or important is. I have had patients that I have resuscitated after a cardiac arrest. And in the heat of the moment, I'm thinking about the way going forward after they've returned circulation. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I need to go and write what has happened. It is that important, you know, even when life is at stake, you want to have a timely documentation. Make sure whatever you do, whatever conversations you've had with people you've consulted in the care of patients, whatever your seniors have told you to do or have told you not to do, whatever you are doing, make sure you document it. Literally, by the minute, by the hour, it will save you. And it has saved many. It has saved me. I have so many stories to tell. There's not enough time to talk about, but honestly, take it from me, write down everything, okay? You cannot document too much. Next thing is always ask for help. Anything you're not comfortable with, anything you're not familiar with, please ask for help. There will be help everywhere. People will not excuse you if things go wrong and your excuse is that there was no help, you know, but nobody can blame you for asking too much for help. So not getting help is not an excuse when things go wrong. Every time, anything you have, so my rule is, if there's anything you're doubting, there is any iota of doubt in anything you're doing or any decision you're going to make, please ask. Ask your seniors, ask senior nurses around, ask your consultants. And when you start working, the best time to actually ask the stupid questions is early. Because what happens is, if you're hesitant in asking all these questions early, you become too old to start asking these questions and it becomes too late. So ask all the questions, especially in your early period, but you will be contemplating about so many decisions that you would make every day. That's the beauty of being a junior. Always ask. Don't shoulder a responsibility that is beyond you. Nobody is going to protect you. Your seniors will not protect you if you haven't asked for help and things have gone wrong. Now, it's a different landscape, but like I said, being a good doctor, it doesn't matter the place. Honestly, if you're a decent person, you're kind, you listen, you're not arrogant, you're confident, you know what you're doing, you will be fine. But you will find that things are different in this place when you start. Just be attentive, you know, and find a way of adapting. So essentially do as the Romans would do while you're in Rome. So grow without burning bridges. This for me is very, very important. You will start working in the NHS somewhere, somehow when you get an employment, but it's unlikely it will be the place that you will be for many, many years. I'm sure you would move to better places and better opportunities, but please and please grow without burning bridges. Be consistent, be decent, be disciplined, be kind, have very good interpersonal relationship with your seniors, with your juniors, with your contemporaries. You will be surprised. Actually, it is a really, really small institution in that regard. I've said it's one of the largest employers in the world, the biggest in the Europe, but actually the NHS actually talks to itself. It's such a closed community. Again, I have many stories to tell, but honestly, don't burn bridges. Even if you're leaving the place, make sure you leave with a really good reputation. What you want is people to want you back every time they hear your name, or people miss you every time they hear your name. You will be surprised, you know, where your stories reaches. It's an organization that actually talks to itself. I cannot overemphasize this. Be decent, be consistent, be kind, have good working relationships with everyone. Don't burn bridges just because you're moving on. It will come back to bite you. I cannot emphasize that too much. Anyway, the next slide, please.
Okay, Dr. Owed, before we move, can I say some 2 points,
Yes.
if you permit me? Okay.
Yes.
Just about the last point you mentioned, I was speaking with one of the doctors when I was in Liverpool. So he told me that they got a doctor that was transferring from another city to Liverpool.
Yeah.
And before that doctor reached Liverpool, they were told about that doctor, the kind of excuses she gives when she comes to work, the types of, everything that she's doing. I mean, the hospital know before she even reached there. So everyone was informed. Like she gives this excuses, like she's having asthma, so she forgot her medication. Like she had problem with the train. I mean, everyone knew the excuses she will give before she even reached there.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, I mean, I have. Go on.
So I know that's the point. I just trying to give one example there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just conscious of time, but to be honest, I can talk forever. I have so many stories that I can tell that are relevant to any of these points, but you know, there's just not enough time. But yes, you know, be consistent.
So just one point before we start the next slide. I've seen a lot of doctors from Nigeria maybe making posts in the surgery operation room. They are doing surgery at the moment, maybe with the patient lying down, maybe they remove fibroid, maybe they take the pictures, or sometimes they even write maybe post investigation of patient. Also, I mean, these are things you cannot do here, according to what Dr. Obaid have said, and according to the reality here. You cannot send out information of the patient at any point.
No, clearly not.
Dr. Obaid,
Absolutely. Right. I mean, life in the UK, I keep on emphasizing that being a good doctor, it really doesn't matter where you are. Why I'm saying that is because some people have talked about adapting. Yes, you would find things that are different, but those values, those essential values that are core to what we do are actually what will make people love you. It is the thing that will make patients love you. And the thing here is actually everything starts and ends with the patient. Everything starts and ends with the patient. If you want to have a fantastic time in a place, build that relationship with your patients, and your patients are the ones that will blow your trumpet. You know, they are the ones that would spread the word. And nobody can argue with that. Nobody can, it doesn't matter what other people think about you. If your patients love you, then you become almost indispensable. Anyway, life in the UK, things like immigration issues. The thing I would say is it's not only about you. Many people might have dependents. And I think when I asked for any burning issues, somebody mentioned, how do you get your family around and your dependents? I would say, personally, my own experience, if you want to come to the UK and you have a family, in the first instance, try and do the right route visa. Going through visit visas, I think, is just too repetitive and tasking. Just do the right visa, spouse visa, dependent visa. You already start building something and you empower your dependents, because if you do the right route visa, it allows them to work, it allows them to study when they come. But certain kinds of visa will not allow them to do that. So they're essentially just here as visitors. I know people's circumstances are different, but I think personally, the best way is to do it once and for all and get it over with. I mean, even if you do a leave to remain or a spouse visa, yes, at some point you'll have to renew it, but you probably will renew it every 2 years or 3 years, and you're almost like building on what you had done in the past. But if you're doing some shortcuts and things like that, you'd eventually find out that you're just doing things over and over again, and you're just not getting anywhere. Childcare is expensive because you just don't have the social support network that we have back home. So what can I say about that? I mean, there are things around that can make your life easy in terms of childcare. So if you're here the right way, you've got the right visas and stuff like that, you can apply for government allowances from year 3, I think, for your children. You would be entitled to anywhere between 15 to 30 hours of free childcare. So it's just something to be aware of. Of course, when you come, you can be signposted to the right place where you can access that kind of allowance. But it's just to be aware. These are the kind of things that can make somebody's life difficult. Even more important, I would say, is mobility in the UK. It's really, really important. Honestly, I mean, I'm not exaggerating. My life would have been much, much easier if I had started driving earlier. If you can, I mean, I know there are important things to to sort out first, but driving is one very important thing. It just goes, it's far-reaching, the implications of how it limits you or how it facilitates your living here. Essentially, I'll just give you an example. So most new international medical graduates will come, before they even come, they probably will start looking for an accommodation very close to their hospital because it's just easier commute for them. But you could imagine that probably a place very close to your hospital will be really sorted out area. So it will probably be more expensive. When actually, if you could drive, you could live 10 minutes away and pay, say, £500 less every month. That's the car itself, the running cost and the cost of the car itself. It's nowhere going to be near 500, but it eases many other aspects of your life as well. If you've got a Nigerian driving license, you're allowed to drive in the UK for at least a year. Most people will use their Nigerian license to drive for that 1 year. And within that 1 year, they will do the driving test and get the the UK driving license, and then just build on from that. So I think it's very important. Yes, there's a public transport system that I would say is relatively efficient. It's reliable, but it is really, really inconvenient. And you can imagine how inconvenient it can be depending on your working hours. Somebody asked about working hours. Working hours are very, very variable. There is a European Working Time Directive, which is almost like a safeguard that protects the number of hours that one is allowed to work safely. But you're allowed to opt out of the European Working Time Directive if you wanted to do extra. But depending on your job role, the working hours can vary from 8 to 5 to doing long days, so 8 to 9, to doing nights, to doing weekends. It's a 24/7 kind of role, depending on what job you get. So mobility can be very important, because imagine if you're starting a shift, especially those, and a lot of international medical graduates would start working in A&E because it's the most understaffed place. So the hours there are crazy. You could start a shift at 2 a.m. Where are you going to get a public transport to get you to work at 2 a.m., for example? You know, you probably would have to get a taxi. It's expensive. It's just not sustainable. So it's important. I cannot overemphasize it. If you can, try to sort it out early. Accommodation, many people who are coming from afar don't consider important things like area statistics. So some areas are rough areas, especially where, you know, the socioeconomic status of people there is low. So high crime rates, a lot of burglary and stuff like that. Most of the websites around, like Rightmove and Zoopla, have got facilities for you to actually look around to check area statistics, so that can help you get a nice place to live in. That's what I can say. And tied to that, finances. So yes, somebody talked about salary. So depending on your job role, salary in the UK, I would say compared to Nigeria, is multiple tons and tons better comparatively, but living expense is also high. So yes, you will earn a lot of money, but you will spend a lot of money. And that's also dependent on what your responsibilities you've got and what dependents you've got. So what happens is that actually the money comes in numbers in the beginning of the month, and actually before the end of the month, it's gone. So you have to also have a plan, and, you know, mobility, planning your accommodation, those things can actually, if you get them right, you can be able to manage your finances better. But there are a lot of things that you could get access to in the UK, all sorts of support, if your credit score is good. So a credit score is determined by many things. So it's determined by residential information, your registration on the electoral roll, your history in terms of being a decent citizen, so you don't have county court judgments and stuff like that. And how do you get county court judgments that can have an adverse effect on your credit score? Is by getting parking tickets, for example, getting into trouble for one flimsy reason or the other. So it's just something to be aware of. When you come in, start early. Don't resort to shabby kind of arrangements in terms of accommodation, because those are kind of dodgy. They don't give you the right tenancy agreements. They're not recorded on the system. So they do not start to contribute to your credit score. So when you start, you know, try and do things properly. Essentially, you know, doing things properly in this country is rewarding in the long run. So when you come in, do things properly. Come on, guys, you're professionals. When you come, just go do it the right way, and it will contribute to your credit score eventually. And in the long run, you would actually be better off. The last thing, I think, is probably remaining in touch with your roots, especially if you've got dependents and got young children. You know, don't come here and try to be what you're not. Honestly, you're not going to impress anybody. In fact, you're just going to make a fool of yourself. Essentially, be yourself. You know, that's what would actually make you respected. That's what would make you different. That is what would make you attractive. People would ask and want to know about your religion or about your culture and things like that. But remain in touch with your roots, in the sense that, you know, when you come, there are communities that are like you. Try to reach out to them, get connected, so that you kind of form your own social kind of bubble with the right kind of peer group, with the right kind of sort of people you want around you. it's really, really important. And these are the kind of considerations that would also determine, you know, the sort of accommodation and location you want to find to live. So there's just so much to talk about. I realize that actually there's just not enough time. I've tried to run and rush through these things. But of course, if anybody has got any questions, I'm more than happy to stay and address them. I know that somebody asked a question about private practice. Yes, private practice is available in the UK. And do people do private practice? But to be honest, there's just not so much opportunity for people at the junior cadre. It's usually the sort of thing that people who are consultants get themselves involved. But of course, I know there is a route. There are these recruitment companies that actually get people coming from across to come and work in private organizations, and they kind of have a sort of arrangement that they actually apply. It's almost like a trust grade kind of commitment. They sponsor your visa, they bring you over. You're usually situated in a place where you would work for 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, the sort of arrangement. But if you have an opportunity to do something other than that, I wouldn't really recommend those kind of things, because they're outside mainstream NHS, and the opportunities that you will get in terms of progressing going forward are quite limited in those kind of settings. So I think I will stop here and entertain any questions. Sorry, I rushed through this.
Actually, we were just listening. I mean, a lot of things. Just have to be very careful and have to be very responsible. So that's it. Thank you so much, Dr. Wedla, for the wonderful presentation. And I have to apologize to everyone, Dr. Noura, Dr. Ubaid, Dr. Osama, Dr. Ismail, and Dr. Harun, because we took so much time. Actually, we planned to have this session for only 2 hours, and now we are reaching to 3 hours, and likely we may go up to 3.5 hours, depending on the question and answer sessions. So we try to go to the question and answer session straight. Please, if you have any questions, write it in the chat box directly, and we will answer the questions, okay? We will go from the first question to the last one, and we redirect your questions to the person that will answer that question. So please, anyone that is having any question, write it in the chat box. And at the end, we'll have the closing remark from all the doctors that made the presentation, final advice, maybe 1, 2, 3 minutes. Maybe if there's anything they would like to recap or any final words they would like to give to the participant. So please, anyone having any question, any concerns, any query, anything you are doubting, anything you want to ask, please write it in the chat box. Dr. Harun, can you take over the question and answer sessions, please?
All right, sure. Let's start the question and answer sessions. And to our speakers, thank you so much once more. And if you can just be very concise in your answers, it will be very helpful. So we have questions regarding the recording. And Dr. Nephew, can you just tell them about the recording?
Okay, we will have to, actually, I don't know what to tell you at this time, but Dr. Harun, it will be glad, please, if you can share the feedback forms we are having.
Okay.
Our feedback form. So please, he will share the link in the group in which you will put your email, you put your details and everything. So if there's anything, we can reach to you directly through your email.
All right. We have some congratulations to Dr. Ismail again, and clarification for the cost of the IELTS. Okay, the first question, sure, there will be difference in these pathways for dentists. Okay, I don't know who is supposed to take this question. Sabir Ia is asking about the pathway for dentists, if any of the speakers has any idea.
Well, what I know is that instead of Plab, what they do is ORE exam 1 and 2, which is similar, and the English requirement is still the same.
Okay. So I hope Dr. Sabiria is there to acknowledge this answer. Thank you so much. Okay, I think Dr. Ismail has already answered this question. Hussein Abdul Qadir is asking, where can one get the official materials for IELTS? And likewise, okay. Okay, Dr. Sabiria is again asking, does one have to register for both the IELTS and OET, or just one will suffice? Is Dr. Ismail with us? Okay, if Dr. Ismail is not there, Dr. Sabir, you just go for one of the exams. You don't have to take the two. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Qadir Bello Kutagum. Okay. These are just appreciations, not questions. That's why I'm just scrolling down. Appreciations for the webinar, increasing. Okay, Dr. Hayat Din is asking, if Dr. Ismail is not there, Dr. Nafi, you can take this question. After the English test has expired, or if the English test expires before GMC registration, will one have to take or retake the English test before registering? Nafi, Dr. Nafi? Okay, Dr. Sama, up to you.
Ideally, one would need to take the English test again, but this time, because of a lot of people have problem because of the COVID, they couldn't do their Plab 2, and sometimes if you email to GMC, they sometimes consider that. But ideally, if it's beyond 2 years, you might need to sit for IELTS again.
Okay, thank you. And Abu Umar is asking, if someone passed the English test and Plab 1, but unfortunately failed Plab 2, must they take the exams all over again, or can they retake only the Plab 2?
No, now,
so,
is there? Sorry. So the exams, the validity is 2 years. If you pass Plab 1, you have 2 years to pass Plab 2. And beyond that, you might need to take Plab 1 again. And that's if your English test is still valid. And if it also, everything is 2 years. So, but the point is, if you pass Plab 1, attempt Plab 2, and you fail, you can attempt up to 4 times within the 2 years. I hope
okay, thank you so much. Yeah, it is. Okay, what if someone fails Plab 2 despite him passing Plab 1? The same question. Please, do you need English test to sit for Plab 2 exam? So this question is asking, do you need English test to sit for the Plab 2 exams? And I think you have already answered this as well.
That's very clear.
Okay, all of these are just appreciations. Is Dr. Nafi there? Okay, what if your English test expired before GMC registration has been answered? And thank you so much, Dr. Ismail, for sharing your drive and the Cambridge books for IELTS. What do they consider as the requirement in the CV? So this question isn't concerned. Okay. Dr. Osama again. After writing Plab 2 and someone went back home to Nigeria, do they have to go back to the UK for the GMC registration and job interviews?
No. Okay. We did everything.
So it's something that can be done online, all through.
Even before COVID, actually, you can use. I did my interview using the Zoom, and that's all.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Nura Mayadi, okay, they wanted to see your face. Okay, it's fine. Please keep tracking your questions, okay? Okay, someone is asking, Dr. Noura Meyadi, the letter of good standing should be addressed to who? I think you're the one who mentioned that, right? The letter of good standing. Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to. Okay, it's fine. You're muted. I can't. It's not.
Sorry, who is muted? I will. Okay, Dr. Noura, I will mute you. Unmute
Yes,
you.
yes. Please unmute
You
you.
can unmute yourself now. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum
Wa
salam.
alaikum salam.
Thank you very much. The certificate of good standing is directed to the GMC. Actually, it depends. Also, it depends on the institution. In Egypt, they actually just give you certificate of good standing without directing it to anybody specifically. I don't know other institutions, but every MDCA knows how to just tell them you need the certificate of good standing. They know what to do.
Okay, so I hope the one who asked that is there to acknowledge this answer.
Sorry,
For
Dr.
those
Noura,
of
was there
you,
any question for me? I'm sorry, I was a bit away for some few minutes.
yes, there were questions for you, but Dr. Osama has stepped in your shoes and answered them perfectly.
Alhamdulillah. Thank
Yeah.
you, Dr. Osama. Thanks much.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Dr. Noura Mayadi, they were asking for your email. I think some are interested in what you have mentioned regarding the alternative pathway. So, if you can just drop your email if you haven't done so, please.
Okay, no problem. I'll do that.
Yes, there were a lot of people actually asking.
So I got a
And-
personal message if there are no questions.
No,
and this is direct. Okay, continue.
No, you can go ahead, but there are still
Yeah.
some questions.
Someone sent me a personal message. I don't know, maybe he don't want to discuss about this. He asked me specifically to ask Dr. Obaid. I hope he's here. He told me
Yeah, I'm here.
part of the message, I wish I can share it, but it's in my phone. Like, he is about to come to the UK. He has passed the Plab 1 exams. He's coming for the Plab 2 exams. And after that, he's thinking of bringing his wife immediately after he start working. But the big challenge he's having is his wife is an undergraduate. I mean, she has not started university studies or things like that. And so what are his options if she comes here? Is he going to leave her in Nigeria? Of course, I told
In
him
terms
no.
of education, is that what you're asking?
Yes, yeah. So he's concerned, he's asking me, is he going to leave her in
Can you
Nigeria
hear me?
to, yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you.
Hello?
Hello.
We can hear you quite well.
Seems you can't talk.
I think I'm frozen. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Maybe he turned off his microphone.
Yeah, let me see. Let me just try to check.
He should be able to hear you.
Okay, before he comes back, Dr. Osama, there is a question for you. Is there internal medicine training in infectious diseases, subspecialty infectious diseases?
Obviously, there would be.
Okay.
This is a bonus question.
And
I think I will make an input here.
all right.
Infectious disease is an internal medicine specialty, so you have to do a core medical training.
Yep.
That's which is called the IMT now, internal medicine training, which is now 3 years before you can get to that, and you need to fulfill, of course, the requirement. Like Dr. Osama said, every training, every specialty has its own peculiarities. There is those run through that you just start from beginning to end, like pediatrics, radiology, orthopedics, and then there are those that are not that way. You have to do either core medical or core surgical training, and then you go ahead. But yes, there is.
Okay, thank you so much. This is a much comprehensive answer. And
Dr. Obaid, you can unmute yourself, please. You can unmute yourself.
I think, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think somebody was asking about he's got a job and he's got a dependent that is coming, that is an undergrad, and he was looking at what are the opportunities that were available for her if she came. So I think essentially what you need to do is if you go to the, and I'll try and share that on the chat page. So what you essentially need to do is literally go to the www.gov.uk website and look at the sort of visa that you need to apply for her. I suspect that it will be a dependent visa on the leave to remain spouse kind of route, because that would allow her to be able to study in the UK as well as to work in the UK. In terms of, I do not know what level she might be, but essentially if she comes through the right route, she would have all those opportunities in a way opened up to her. In terms of, I think there was a related question about somebody asking covering medical bills, either for themselves or for their dependents. Essentially, if you get whatever sort of visa that you come with, as long as an NHS surcharge is included as part of the visa package, you would be entitled to free NHS care for the duration that the visa is valid. So that sort of covers that question as well.
Yeah, but
to the first question, okay, Dr. Samuel, what are you saying?
Yeah, I was saying that just that we should note that we're not to be paying for the surcharge now because of the new health and care visa.
Okay.
All right. So,
yeah.
So
it's free for doctors. And
Yeah.
it's now free, the health surcharge.
Depending, there's a caveat.
Okay.
I'm still paying for my dependents. Anyway, it depends, but I get what you're saying. If you yourself required a visa, then, and you're working as a health worker, then you don't have to.
Yeah.
But if yourself are, say, a resident here, either as a British citizen or in a different route, then you'll have to pay.
Yes. Even if you're a doctor, if you're coming through the MTI route of Tier 5 visa, that's if the Royal College is going to give you the visa, then you would have to pay the surcharge. But I have heard that you can apply for the DHS to refund you. I haven't, though I came through the Tier 2 visa skilled help, so I didn't pay anything on myself.
Actually, you should, because I applied for that and I was refunded.
Okay, so this is a debate of the professors. Actually, we are just listening to hear what's going on. Just taking us a little bit back, Dr. Ubaid. This guy messages coming on. I don't know why he doesn't want to write. He's asking about scholarship opportunities he can get for his wife, because he's concerned about the educational finances and everything is difficult, and he may not be able to maybe take responsibility or to pay for her tuition fee. So are there scholarship opportunities he can get for the wife or something like that?
To be honest, I cannot give a very specific answer to that. I can only give a general answer. Generally, the way access to public services is in the UK is in terms of hierarchy. So scholarships, yes, there are scholarships that are targeted towards people who are even non-resident in the UK, who are coming from low and middle income countries. But in the UK, there will be schemes that are targeted towards indigents in terms of loan kind of schemes. But of course, education at the higher level is not free. So even for indigents who are going to access, say, university education, they will have to find a way of funding it, either privately or through government loan schemes. Whether a leave to remain, for example, or dependent visa would allow him to apply for that, I am not entirely sure, I'm afraid. But I can signpost him. Pardon?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I'll signpost him to the gov.uk website to have a look.
Well, great. I'm sure he must have gotten some information and idea of what to do by now. So thank you so much, Dr. Harun.
Yes.
Dr. Nura, you want to say something?
Dr. Nura
Because
wants to say
I saw your emitter and I can see your mouth moving to. Yes,
Yeah,
you want to say something?
Yes, thank you very much. Just like Dr. Obaid said, actually, I was on call last night, so I had discussion with a Ghanaian who told me that while he was in his final year, he got some scholarship from a family. So there are local scholarships if you can fulfill their requirements, that the like charities or families that support education. But like Dr. Obaid said, you would have to either use the student loan if you are entitled or pay or other things. But this is something that is possible.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Nura. Dr. Harun, the rest of the questions?
Yes, Dr. Obaid, this question, I think it's for you. They are asking about, Dr. Fauzi is asking about the duration of ophthalmology training.
But I'm not in ophthalmology, but I can easily Google that for her before. I would Google it now and share it in the group.
Okay, if
Hello?
anyone in the
Dr.
has any
Dr. Harun, Dr. Harun,
Yes.
before you go to the next question, doctors,
Yeah.
you can see something, I mean, for the participants. Dr. Ubay did something now that is uncommon in our societies. For someone at a high level to tell you, I don't know. You know, he asked a single question comes directly. What is this? He told you straight, wallahi wa straight. So this is a very common culture. You can ask a consultant here and he will tell you, I don't know. I asked a consultant about the medication. He told me, I don't know. He went beside his search on the Google or on BNF and found out the medication and told me this is the medication for this one. So the culture here is very amazing and very, I mean, lovable. I mean, you like the system. How common this common medication you don't know? It doesn't happen. I mean, it's not like a system. So I wasn't surprised when I sent messages to Dr. Nura, Dr. Usama, and Dr. Ubay. They are all working in the UK, but none of them wrote his name with the title doctor. The first, or the doctor, I can say Dr. Nur said, Nur Ubaidullah. I even wrote doctor. He told me, no, it's not a doctor, right, mister? Okay, so I mean, in our countries, if you meet maybe a resident and call his name Jamil, he will look at you, with a special look. But here it's very common and it's very, even consultant, I will tell you, I'm Jalil, I'm Hamid, I'm Ahmed. It's very straightforward. So
yeah, so ophthalmology training is 7 years. I've looked it up. ST1 to ST7, yeah.
So I hope Dr. Kaji is here to appreciate this answer, and thank you so much, Dr. Ubaid. You have taught us two important things right here, apart from answering the question. So we have another question from Hafmas. She's asking if it's possible for people with background, I think which among you mentioned, yeah, it's Dr. Ubaid, background health conditions like sickle cell disease.
Oh, yes. So if you're a professional, right? If you're a doctor and you've got sickle cell disease, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's no issue at all. So I have got a colleague actually who is not a sickle cell patient, but a carrier who has been having recurrent problems. And actually, particularly, we only got to know these because of COVID. You know, with COVID-19, there had to be a lot of shielding and categorization of patients in the working environment just to ensure that people who are staff were safe. And essentially, yes, he did not work for the entire period of COVID because he was at increased risk, but he was shielded and he was paid his full salary for the entire period. So if you think that your condition is disabling in a way that it may limit the sort of work that you would be tasked to do, it would be important for you to actually declare that as part of your checks on your employment application. This will not in any way discriminate against you in terms of how far you would go in terms of getting the job. In fact, people will get into trouble for doing that here. So do not shy away from disclosing. Actually, you'll be doing yourself a disservice by not disclosing that, because that way you would now be exposed to things that you shouldn't be exposed to. Whereas if you had informed people well ahead of time, they can actually adapt your working schedule to allow you to be able to function optimally. So yes, that's fine. It's not people who have got more serious conditions are working in the NHS. I had a colleague who we worked with in ITU. She was even my senior, and she was wheelchair bound, and she was an ST6 at that time. There was nothing she didn't do. The workplace had to be adapted to suit her needs.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Dr. Nura Mayadi, they are asking, you mentioned about MRCP, and but this one is specifically asking about MRCS. I think it's all the same, right?
Yeah, so I went through the MRCS route. So basically I did part A and part B MRCS. What is the specific question?
They're asking, what about MRCS? What are the requirements to get into NHS with MRCS?
Yeah, it's very similar. So essentially, it's very similar to the MRCP route. Essentially, you do your MRCS part A and part B, and you also do, I don't even think people had to do the English exam. Don't quote me on that. But I remember when I was working as a core surgical trainee, I had a colleague who had done his MRCS part B, and he was working with us as a contemporary. So yes, the route is very similar. It might be that actually you don't even have to do the English exam, because with this English exam, I hope people are aware that actually, if you want to go through the hassle of proving that your undergraduate qualification was done in English and that easily, you may not have to go through that. I know that people find it sometimes easier and more straightforward to do the exam, but I know many people as well who have actually got signed off or have proven that their undergraduate qualification was in English and have gotten GMC registration without. So just be aware of that.
I think University of Lagos, because of the number of applicants from that university have been exempted from taking the IELTS. So it's not all the universities. If you can prove it that you learned everything in English, and your university is willing.
But you can get absolutely what.
That's the
yeah, you can absolutely get, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think probably the question was about MTI route. He wanted to ask if the MTI route also goes the same thing also for that. That I'm not very much sure, but I checked the Royal College of Surgeons about 2 weeks ago, and they have a good MTI system, which I would advise him just to Google MTI, Royal College of Surgeons Medical Training Initiative. That will provide them all the information he needs also.
All right.
And I do not want to digress. I mean, I just wanted to say, so all the structure of IMTI, Plab, you know, I think I've said this to Dr. Nafiu in one of the conversations that we've had. All these things are frameworks that give you a guide as to how to come to the UK, but trust me, there are other ways to come to the UK. There are other ways. I mean, I was telling him there was a colleague that I got really angry with who had not done any of these things, and she was an ST3 with me. I was getting really angry, and I was like, and I was surprised when she actually asked me. I didn't realize I was getting angry, and she told me, "Why are you getting angry?" Because I thought I had gone through so much. And she just, exactly, and literally all that had happened was there are a group of trusts, usually foundation trusts in the UK, who have been empowered by the GMC to actually do recruitment by themselves. So they can actually outsource and get people from around the world. And through the GMC, they will confer GMC registration on these people without doing any of these things. So sometimes it's just being at the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in addition to this, this is the route called the sponsorship route. In the sponsorship route, you have several institutions that have been recognized. So the ones that are commonly used are the ones with the rural colleges. But like Dr. Ubaidullah said, other institutions like universities, some charity foundations, Commonwealth, can actually give you a license if you fulfill their job requirement, or if you're doing a master's with them or something like that. They can, if you just have the GMC requirement for licensing, because the GMC requirement for license are just your medical degree and the language and house job. These are basically and then certificate of good standing. If you have these ones, fine. And if you are doing a master's degree in UK, you don't need a language. Something I got to know that if you're doing a master's degree or you've done a master's degree in the UK, you have a UK certificate, you don't need a language.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. Dr. Nurimiadi, before you proceed, could you please spell out your email address? I know you have dropped it in the chat, but people are still asking, so just mention it.
Okay, just before we go, I think this is why Dr. Noor Ubaidullah didn't take the English exam, because probably he's been in the UK at that time when he took the MRCS exam.
Oh, I did actually. Sorry, I confused you. So essentially, I did the plabs. I did everything. I did the plabs, but I have also done MRCS. So when I heard MRCS, I thought somebody was asking a different question about MRCS, but I've actually gone through. It's all very variable. One thing, if you would take from this conversation, is your circumstance can be different and your route can be completely outside all this, honestly. I mean, I was working in the NHS at the time when I applied for my master's in London. I had worked in the NHS for at least 5 years. And a day to, or a week to my commencement, they told me that I would not be able to start my master's until I had done another English exam. I said to them, look, I've done an English exam 7 years ago, but since then I've been working with the NHS. You know, are you imagining that my English has worsened during this period? And they just told me, literally, they were pedantic about it, that this is, you know, a university requirement, you have to do it. So I had to book an exam and did it within that week. So it's all variable. It could be the opposite for someone else. It depends on where, who you are and who are the people around that. So yeah, just take that.
Exactly.
So, sorry, just to add on to this point, I think for those who would want to do PLAB or the IMT route to eventually leave UK, if your target is actually Australia, like you mentioned, that after getting licensed in the UK for a year, you can move to Australia without having to do any exam. You need to know that that applies only if you go through the PLAB route. If you get your license through the IMT route, the Australia will not recognize that. Just
yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Dr. Samuel, why do you insist on Australia? Because
no, I'm just giving information to people. You understand?
Okay. I was thinking actually if there's something fishy there that we have to consider maybe.
Actually, I think Australia is a very good place. It's a very good continent to live, and it has a very good pay. I have heard a lot of UK doctors moving to Australia because of the pay. It has a lot of advantages and great things you can explore in Australia. So
within the last year I've been here, I've met at least 3 doctors that I've known here that have left for Australia. So it's an option. Just keep it at the back of your mind. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Dr. Nurimiadi, just spell out your email.
Yes, sorry. My email address NIM_DEE@yahoo.com.
NIM_DEE@yahoo.com.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions?
Yeah, still, thank you all. God bless you. Thanks, Dr. Nephew. You have done very excellent in pivoting the presentation. And Dr. Ubaid, can you kindly provide us with an insight into medical bills in the UK?
Oh, I think that was what I was trying to answer with the NHS surcharge. So I think that's what they are asking, either for themselves or for their dependents. I think if your visa includes that or it doesn't, as long as, so if you're one of these professionals who have come working with the NHS, you would be entitled to free NHS care. But if you fall under the category that you will need to pay NHS surge for yourself or for your dependents, then that would cover all your medical bills. I mean, and if you think about it relatively, to be honest, the NHS surcharge for the duration of a visa, say, for example, that lasts for 3 years, is usually not more than anywhere between 600 and £1,000. I don't think it's even up to £1,000. That would cover you for literally everything. So world-class service, deliveries, anything. Think about it. The biggest or the most complex surgeries you would be entitled to. I mean, of course, granted that you might not ever access it, but just imagine if you ever needed to seek medical help.
Thank you.
Also, is the education of your kids, if you have any. You don't have to be paying anything to the schools or anything.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that information. Dr. Munir is asking about the feedback form. We have dropped it in the chat box, so you can fill in the feedback form and you provide your emails, and we will send you the link to the recording through your emails. And Dr. Aisha is asking if USMLE can be used for GMC registration. The answer is no. Does commencement?
Dr. Harun?
Sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry. Actually,
I think
because
COVID,
of this,
COVID
yeah,
has changed some things. Yeah.
yeah.
No, it's actually the other way around, but not this way. USMLE cannot be used for GMC, but GMC can be used for a USMLE.
No. You can use, recently, you can use your USMLE. I think if you have step 2 CS or something, step 2 Suki, I actually checked it. It's a new update. I think within the last year they did. They can actually recognize it. I think I'm sure I checked it. I read it maybe some months ago, but it's something very new, very new.
Okay, I was totally not aware of that. So I hope who is asking Dr. Aisha is there. So the answer is yes and not no. And congratulations if you have the USMLE already. Dr. Nura Meyadi as well, this question is for you. I think you have already answered it, but concisely, does commencement of training in Nigeria, meaning a person who has already started training in Nigeria, play a role in entry level? I mean, can they use that to go into the NHS web? You talked about the primaries, I think.
Yes, it depends. I can only say about the Royal College of Physicians or the internal medicine. If you intend to join training, you do not need to go back to start the core medical training or MT medical training. There is something called the alternative certification, something that you do. Your supervisor should be able to fill that for you. When you fulfill the criteria, then you can join the training, because now training can be started from this year, 2022. I think they'll start training at ST4 level. So if you have experience from Nigeria, it can count, but only if you can be able to fulfill the requirement. There is a certificate, there is a form. I will drop it. Okay, I will send it to the organizers later so that they can share it with people who are interested. Yes, yeah, it counts.
Thank you
but
so
only
much.
If you can have them.
Thank you for that. Dr. Nafiu, FY2 training, FY2 standalone and non-job training, which is advisable for a beginner to start with?
I think you can start with both. Anyone is possible. I'm not sure much about the FY2 standalone. Maybe that should go to Dr. Wedla or Dr. Usama. But I think any job at the junior level, you can start with FY2, SHO. I think that those names, they are not that much different. SHO, FY2, junior, grade doctor, and things like that. They are all junior doctors' role. And basically, they are almost everything is the same. I mean, the responsibilities are not that much different. So I'm not sure of the FY2 standalone. Maybe that should go to Dr. Osama or Dr. Bedula or Dr. Nura Meyadi as well.
So any of our doctors
I'm not quite sure of the standalone, but what I know is that they are all junior doctors. However, the pay is not the same. If you're taking a contract as FY2, payment is not the same as someone who took a trust position as ST1, for example. All of you are junior doctors, but the salary is not the same.
Yeah, so essentially there is a foundation program in the UK that is 2 years, and I am not aware that you can access that at an FY2 level. But there are equivalent roles as FY1 and FY2 that are service provision jobs.
Yeah.
And many trusts actually fashion them in a way that they allow you the same kind of training opportunities as those in training. But be mindful that actually, to be honest, there is a difference in terms of the opportunities that come with that. So the difference with a training job and a service provision job as a trust grade is that with a training job, there are people who are being paid and being tasked to actually supervise you and make sure that you're successful. Okay, this is their responsibility, and some people can be questioned if you don't succeed. The difference with a trust grade job is that yes, the trust might want to fashion the job and make it appear as if you've got training opportunities, but actually nobody is tasked with that responsibility. It's almost like a favor or an additional package. But the real heart of what you're doing is actually service provision. So what you will do if you're doing an FY1 or FY2 job that is outside the foundation program is actually to try and mirror the portfolio of those who are in training. So those that are in training might not have to pay, but you might have to pay privately. Try and talk to your trust and try to see how you can access that portfolio so that at the end of the day, when you finish your foundation training, you would have something that is comparable to what they've got. But there is standalone FY2 jobs, but more non-training. There is a standalone FY1 job that is non-training. I'm not sure, I cannot confidently say that you can get a standalone FY1 or FY2 through the training route, through the foundation program. Very unlikely.
Dr. Harun, thank you so much, Dr. Obaid. I think, Dr. Harun, we have to take a few more questions because tomorrow is Monday.
Yeah, I think
And,
we are already done. The next question is just for Dr. Obaid to kindly, if you wish, to reshare your email address again. I've seen it here, but some people are also still asking about it.
Yeah,
and
it's straightforward, to be honest.
Hello, Dr. Obaid, we cannot hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, clear.
yes.
Yeah,
now
I
yes.
said it's straightforward. It's nurhangaobaidullah@gmail.com, but I'm sharing it again. I'm just typing it again.
Okay, and I think we have covered all the questions now, and Dr. Naif, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone. In 2 minutes, we'd like to have remarks, closing remarks, if anyone has anything to say at last. I'll start with Dr. Harun. If you have anything to say at last, any advice, any suggestion, anything you want to say to the participants?
Well, I think I'm the least experienced in here, so I will give my time to Dr. Nura Meyadi. You can give us the advice altogether. Thank you.
Everyone will have 2 minutes. Everyone will have 2 minutes. Just a closing remark. If there's anything you missed to say, if there's anything, yeah. Okay, Dr. Nura, you're on timer.
Assalamu alaikum. The first and foremost, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for making this possible. And I think this is something good and new because in Arewa, this is not something that is common for our colleagues to think of this something. This is something very good. This is one. Secondly, Kuma, I think there are a lot of opportunities for Uwa Kigida and other places that they have not explored. This involves training or jobs or what have you. I think you can try that. Yana the Matukar Amfani for skill acquisition. You will definitely be surprised. Definitely be surprised. Meaning in medicine, that how we practice medicine at home and how it's practiced elsewhere. My experience was entirely different in Egypt for my first 5 years there. And when I came here, it has improved how I've seen the system going, even though I'm still very new into the environment. So it's very good. Abu na gaba shine you can ask anybody. I'm sure members of this organizers are ready to take any questions anytime. So anybody can ask me specifically that anything that has to do with MTI route, Kokuma, and that. Even if it doesn't look, even if it's not the Royal College of Physicians, I probably might make calls so that I can inform the person. So if you have any question, anything you think we can help, please ka tambaye mu ko ki tambaye mu, and then za mu iya baka answer based on the little we know, and we can ask others. Wannan kuma, sorry, this is the last thing. Abin da na realizing my trust a lot of mu yan arewa, we are not much because ni kadai ne dan arewa trust dina, including nurses and other things, but ba mu da wannan unity haka to help others. In ka zo ga Pakistanis, they are putting things together, Indians are putting things together, Sudanese are putting things together, Ghanaians are putting things. Amma mu yan Nigeria akwai wannan problem din. Sannan mu yan arewa kamar sometimes wani lokaci idan mutum yayi tafiya bai son a sani ko kaza ko kaza. No, it's not like that. In dai kawai baka san how it can help someone ba. So saboda haka anybody can ask anything and we will be ready to help anytime. And then nan gaba would like to do these sessions the Hausa. Thank you.
To shi kenan insha Allah. Ai za mu iya karasawa da Hausa. To Dr. Usama, me za ka ce kafin mu rufe taron?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So abin da zan fara cewa dai shine zan yi godiya da su Dr. Nafiu da suka kawo wannan tunanin na haɗa wannan makala. Muka tattauna akan yadda mutum zai tsallako wannan ƙasa ta Yahudu Tuwawa. So amma on a serious note, ina so gaskiya abin da na so in ja hankalinmu shine yawancin mutane za ka ga ba sa samun bayanai daga wanda suka san abu, sai ka ga kawai sai a ce ma ai an ce kaza 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 kaza, shikenan sai mutum ka fara shirye-shirye za ka yi jarabawa sai wani zai ce ma ai an ce in an je kaza ake, ai kaza ne, ba shi kuma bai da wani bayani da yake tabbas da shi, kuma sai ka dogara da shi sai ya sa ma ka samu kasala ka saki jiki. So duk abin da kake ganin za ka yi in life ba wai sai plab ba, you just have to face it. Ba wani abu da yake zuwa that easy, ba wani abu na rayuwa da yake baya zuwa da challenges, so you just have to pray, head it on, and inshallah za ka ga with time you can always overcome it. Abin da kake ganin kamar ba zai yiwu ba, if you keep pushing za ka ga Allah ya taimaka maka kai achievement. Sai mutane su fara cewa a'a kamar da wasa fa kace za ka yi kaza 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 kaza, and ya ka tafi yanzu. So that's my just advice. And I learned a lot of the times musamman mu yan arewa, we tend to complain a lot about difficulties na achieving abubuwa, sai mu ce ai abu da kaza da wahala shikenan ba za mu yi ba. On the other side su kuma wanda suke ba mu ba za ka ga ba haka suke ba, when abu komai wahala shi za su iya kokarin su sai sun yi, ko za su sai da komai nasu inda sun san cewa eventually a ƙarshe za su samu nasara, za ka ga sun yi. So shi yasa lokacin da na fara zuwa nan ba mun haɗu da 'yan Najeriya da yawa, in suka tambaye ka daga wani state kake, in na ce Kano sai su ce, sai ga sun ma wani kallo irin, are you sure?
Oh, exactly. Ɗan Najeriya na fara haɗuwa da ita abin da ta gaya min kenan.
Are you sure daga Kano kake? Haka suke faɗa. They are quite surprised. Ya za a ɗan Kano har ya zo nan with Plab da sauransu ya zo a likita. Saboda they might have never seen one in their life. That's the truth. So it's because traditionally we tend to be more contented with what we have. Wannan kuma tends to have effect on the way we pursue things in our life. But I think we need to go beyond contentment. You should be contented with whatever you have, but that should not stop you from aspiring to be anything you want to be in life. Kuma with taimakon Allah it's achievable. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. To mun gode sosai Dr. Usama, Allah ya saka da alkhairi. Dr. Ismail yana nan?
Dr. Ismail Bayan.
To Dr. Harun kai ba abin da zaka ce dai.
To sai dai in sake godiya ga speakers dinmu na Dr. Nula dama ya na ne already. Shi ya kawo na sani yake. Dr. Sawa kuma I've heard about you very much actually from my brother nephew. You have been very helpful And all we can do is to pray for you. Likewise, Dr. Noor and Dr. Ismail. So thank you so much for your time and all the efforts you have put into this. And also all our audience. Oh yes, we thank you so much.
Kai tuya ka manta da albasa.
Na?
An ce kai tuya ka manta da albasa.
Na manta da kai komi.
Ni kan in ka manta da ni ma za a ci shinkafa da wake.
Yayi kai a class as a
ka manta da Dr. Ubaidullah.
Ya faɗa ya ce no.
Okay. To ku yi hakuri hypoglycemia ce ta dan fara kama ni.
Active listening.
Yawa, active listening. To okay, to kafin mu je Dr. I think Dr. Ubaid will be the last before the remark, but let me just say my own. Abubuwan da suka faɗa is just recap what I say. I met someone at Liverpool. Nyamuri ne ya kalle ni ya ce daga ina nake na ce mai daga Jigawa. Ya kalle ni ya ce are you sure na ce eh. Ya ce but you doesn't look one. So I had to ask wanda muke tare da shi na ce do I look like dan Ghana ko dan wani ina ne? Ya ce he's surprised. He's never seen anyone from the north ko wani abubuwa haka. I met someone in an attachment haka emergency, I think just 2 days back. Na ganta na mata Hausa. Tsayawa ta yi tana kallo na. Wallahi she was shocked. Tsayawa ta yi tana kallo na haka. Ni haka kamar Bahaushe ya so na mata Hausa. A tsakiyar ana aiki a emergency kawai ta tsaya tana kallo na. So later on take tambaya ta daga ina take na faɗa mata. So I mean like a lot of things happen. In wani lokaci in za ka sai ka rufe kunnen ka toshe idan ka. Akwai wanda specifically ya kira na after I passed Plab 2 ya ce wallahi da mahaukaci muke kallon ka. Na ce saboda me yace saboda we can't imagine you putting that huge amount of money paying for the Plab 2 exams because it was about something 500,000 or 600,000 I had to spend. Ce kawai kallon mahaukaci muke ma mun yi tunanin kawai hauka kake yi. But it's later, maybe after you pass the exams, the sort of abubuwa, we realize that things like so. A lot of things may happen. Get the guidance and go for it. You have to be determined and you have to have a focus. Dr. Ubaid, close remarks. If I'm sure you have some few points to mention. Subhanallah, an ce da hauka ko akwai abubuwa da na san ba za ka kasa faɗa ba kafin a rufe taron.
Insha Allah. So, alhamdulillah, gaskiya, I will have to thank you guys for starting something that is really wonderful. And I would hope, inshallah, you would sustain your efforts and continue to make it grow so that it would reach to other people beyond what has been already attended. Yanzu. Gaskiya, I think this is a really, really great start, and kudos to you guys who have literally just come and got yourselves around and really tried to help. My wife is actually sending me a message to speak Hausa. Gaskiya. Next time idan aka organize aka ce ayi da Hausa sai in shirya.
To ba
Inshallah.
Next time ina ga flight din ma da Hausa za a yi su ai.
Shikenan inshallah, because my wife is also she's also a doctor, but she's just done her OET, so she's also part of the forum. In any case, what I was trying to say essentially is gaskiya an yi kokari kuma I'm really pleased that I was part of this. Allah ya saka muku da alheri kuma Allah ya sa akan mizanin ayyukan alkhairi. Allah ya sa kuma a ɗora akan haka. Insha Allah wannan abun ya yaɗu ya zamanto mutane sun amfani da shi insha Allah. The things they gaskiya I think you probably got from my talk, I want to emphasize particularly one decency. A good Muslim is a good Muslim, you know, mu an san mu da cewa da abin da za mu yi shi muna yin shi yadda ya kamata. So that is all you need to excel anywhere in life. So just be a decent person, be a doctor. A doctor is kind, is human, is compassionate, kuma is reliable and is safe. That's all. Even, you know, every other thing is secondary. Kuma, what comes out of the heart reaches the heart. And this is your relationship with your patients. I know it's different. Me, what I could tell is this job satisfaction Anang is not the same as Nigeria, because Anang actually patients see you doing your job. You know, this is what they expect from you naturally. Allah back home, gaskiya kullum ana cikin yi maka addu'a, ana saka maka da alheri, ana faɗan abubuwa ya fi daɗi a can. But at the same time, Anamma, there will be instances that you would find the same kind of, relationship with patients, but that is also determined by how you approach them, your attitude towards them, but not only your patients, your juniors, your contemporaries, just being kind, just like yadda addinin musulunci ya koyar da mu, in all your interactions with everyone, your patients and your colleagues, kuma inshallah Allah zai yi blessing all that you do. I think that's all I would say. Allah ya saka muku da alheri. Allah ya sa kuma inshallah wannan abun zai ci gaba haka, they're growing to become even something bigger. Inshallah. Jazakumullah khair.
To mun gode sosai Dr. Nura, Dr. Usama, Dr. Ubaid, Dr. Ismail Bello, and my co-moderator, Dr. Harun. A yi haƙuri mun ɗauki lokaci da yawa. I didn't expect time ɗin zai kai haka. I had another appointment. Ni kai na duk da dai ƙarami nake, amma I already made another appointment at 11 yau. To dai gashi dai ya tafi. To if kamar ni ƙarami, I can have that tight schedule ko additional schedule. Nothing, of course, Dr. Ubaid, Dr. Usama, and everything, they have much more schedules. They have families, they have jobs already, they are in the system, maybe they have rota already waiting for them, and a lot of things. But they all waited. Actually, I didn't expect Dr. Usama and Dr. Ubaid to be here because I was thinking tomorrow will be Monday, and they have tasks. And I already spoke with Dr. Nura, and he told me he's off tomorrow, so I was not a bit concerned about him. But I was concerned again because he didn't sleep. He came back from hospital, I think this morning or this afternoon, and he continued without sleeping. He's here with us. So I think I have to thank all of you. And muna fata in an kira next time dai ayi hakuri duk da dai mun dauki lokaci da yawa, muna fatan an ƙara kira next time. Insha Allah za mu same ku gaba ɗaya, za mu iya samun ƙari ma da yardar Ubangiji. Mun gode sosai, Allah ya saka da alkhairi. And to all the participants, please extend the information da kuka samu. Don't kawai ka ji abu kai kadai ka amfana. In haka ake kuma ba za ku saurari waɗannan abubuwan ba. I mean, like, you will not get anything from us. But duk abin da ka samu, try to help wanda za ka iya taimakawa. Ko da information guda ɗaya ne, abin da ka yi learning, try to pass it to sauran mutane da sauran abubuwa. Thank you gaba ɗaya likitoci, Dr. Usama, Dr. Nura, Dr. Ubaid, Dr. Harun, Dr. Ismail. Ba dai zan saka kaina ba, I didn't do much effort. Amma mun gode sosai gaba ɗaya, Allah ya saka da alkhairi. Dr. Harun, ban san ni ba, if you have anything to say in 1 minute, we will end the meeting.
سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك.
So mun gode sosai. Assalamu alaikum. Allah ya saka da alkhairi gaba ɗaya. Thank you so much.
Everything has ended.